you are a member of Chiba Ban, Chiba means college in 78. Why this is important and significant? And because you are the best of the best elites of Chinese intellectuals and educated class. Why we say that? Because from 1966 to 1978, Chinese colleges basically completely shut down. But Chinese colleges and universities reopened in 1978. And you can think about it, 12 years of talent have been accumulated, have been waiting for this opportunity. So the college admission was extremely brutal and highly competitive. It's like 1 to 1,000 ratio, something like that. But you were admitted to the very best university in Shanghai, China. So congratulations, a very late congratulations. But I do want to ask you your college experience and how did you get into college and anything you would like to share about that period.
Yes, I was one of the lucky one and to get into the college at that time. This is the Cultural Revolution ended in 1976 after Mao's death, and then we start a new era, and there are hundreds of things are waiting to be done, and one of the things is to restoration of the university, because there are 10 years there's no the college admissions. So I remember that it was in 1977, the spring of 1977, and Deng Xiaoping invited actually a group of senior scientists and professors to Beijing to have a meeting with them and ask them what the country should do, what the government should do for the education system. And the suggestion, many professors and scientists suggest the restoration of the college entrance exam to start to get the new student into the university as soon as possible. Well, usually in China, it's just like here, and the new students start from September, the fall semester. But at that time, it's already like June. It's too late to start the new, to give the college entrance exam and then admit the student into university and for the fall semester. Then they decided, okay, let's do it in the spring. That is abnormal. You start a new school year in the spring, that's the spring semester, it's 1978 February. So in 1977, I was a construction worker. When I left the school in 1971, I was sent to the island, in the farm in the island, which is on, I think it's at the Yangtze Delta. It's called the Chongqing Island. I was for 3 years there. And then they say, okay, your re-education by the parents was done. Then they assigned me back to the city, the Shanghai city. I become a construction worker. Wow. For another 3 years. And during that time, I would prepare myself, actually, to become my hobby. I love mathematics a lot. So I taught myself in what I did not learn in school, because from my 7th grade to 10th grade, I only stayed in school for 4 years. Then I was assigned to the farm. So we did not learn much. Actually, what I remember that the only thing for the mathematics part, I only learned so far right now is the 7th grade mathematics. So I actually, when I was in the farm and when I was a construction worker, I self-taught myself. It's just for hobby. But I always have a dream. I say someday, and maybe the revolution ends. Then if we open the university, I can get into the university and become a student. Yeah. Well, the good news comes in 1977. So when they announced that news, saying that they will reopen the university, I took 1 month off from my work and to review, to prepare for the exam, and with one of my neighbor and my best friends, and we worked together for like 1 month and prepare for the exams. So after taking the exam, I think, well, I think I feel pretty good when I took the exam. I think, oh, especially the math part, I think I did pretty well. And then you can select which university you want to go. So my choice at that time was you fill a form, say, oh, what is your first choice? What is the second choice? And then according to your score, and the university will admit you or not. They make decisions. So according to my math score, at that time, the strongest math program in China is Beijing University and Fudan University. But that year, Beijing University math program was not ready. They did not start to recruit students. So the only choice is Fudan University. So that's my only choice. I feel Fudan University, I did not choose any other.
Absolutely the best. Good
And,
choice.
Fortunately, and the good news comes, and one day in my mailbox, I received a letter saying that you are admitted to Fudan University. I was so excited.
Well, Professor, I just amazed by your humbleness, and you say this story with such a moderacy, is almost lighthearted. But when I hear your story, there is a big big lump in my throat. I couldn't imagine 3 years as a construction worker, and before that, years in the farmland, and which you and your generation absolutely deserve the best education. And I agree. You are the lucky one. You waited, and even you endured so much pain and suffering, but you endured, and you waited for your turn, and you thrived. And also remind me the story of other intellectuals of humanities, when they work in the farm for a day, then retire to their slum, they read and memorize Shakespeare, and the same story. And you taught yourself math, the most beautiful language.
Certainly, yeah, because I think I was one step ahead of many others. And in some way, I'm better prepared. And I know that year, 5.7 million students took the college entrance exam, and they only admitted 270,000 students. So the admission rate is like 4.some%. In my high school class, 50 students, I was the only one got into college. In my the farm, you remember that I went to the farm, we have like a team of 150 people, young people at the same age. Mm-hmm. I was the only one to got into college that year. So yeah, it was difficult, but I think the reason I was able to get in is just because I one step ahead of others.
Professor, you're too humble. You are the the best. You are the best. There's no doubt about it. Everybody were prepared. The 5.7 million, applicants, all of them were prepared. Everybody studied hard, wanted to get into the college after this 10, 12 years wait. And absolutely, you were the best, applicants. And and how big was your class at Fidell University, your department?
Math department in that year admitted 160 students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty moderate, not too big.
We had 4 classes, and 2 in mathematics, and 1 in computational mathematics, and the other one in theoretical mechanics.
Well, it's just amazing. You have, after all these years, you could have the opportunity to sit in a classroom at Fidell University, very elite university in China, and study math. You must really, really happy. And how was I was curious because of the Chibaban, the class of 82, and all of you are elites of the elites, and you're either very accomplished scholar, professors, and or in the government, or maybe studied abroad. So, do you have contact with your college classmates? Do you know what they do now?
Yes, and we do have close contact. In
Yes.
2015, my class had 40 students, and we had a class reunion
In the United States or in China?
in Fudan University.
Oh, Fidell University. So
Yeah.
most of your classmates actually are still in China, or most of them are
In my class, 1/4 of them is in United States.
1/4. Yeah, 10 students are in the United States.
The other class, our class is because in that year the students enter the college, the age difference is so big.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like the 15, the oldest is about the 30 or 31. So when they divide us into classes, my class is the age is a little bit older. So I was 24. The youngest in my class was 23.
Mm,
Other class have most of the younger kids.
I see.
Yeah, and for that class, actually, most of them are studied abroad. Was studied abroad, and I think the most of them in the United States right now.
Not surprisingly, we want you all. We want the best of the best.
For my class, the student, most of them, if they stay in China, for those stay in China, they become college professors. Most of them.
Oh, I see.
I think the reason is after 10 years at the closing of university, and there is a lack of university teachers.
Mm.
So after we graduated, most of them stay there and assign a job in university, become a teacher, become a professor later. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. And when I went to college in 1991, and my high school friends, many of them went to Peking University. I didn't go to Peking University for college, only for graduate school. But I think last year they had their college, their class reunion, and I think except one, the entire class are in the United States. But I think it's biology. The part of is biology class. At least one class, entire class are in the United States, except one student. It's just amazing to see that the cultural interdependency, and how the Chinese can thrive in the United States. Now I think I'm having one of the best oral history interview on this program. I really appreciate you, Professor Liu, to share with your life experience. Now we have to move on to the second chapter of your CV, is how did you get to the United States? and you graduate from Fudan, and you immediately applied for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, the reason I applied to Virginia Tech actually started from 1981. One of the remember that the one my neighbor, my best friend, we studied together, prepared for the college entrance exam, and he is a physics major. In 1981, the Nobel Prize winner, Professor Zheng Dao Li from Columbia University.
Yeah, Zheng Dao Li, yeah.
He initiated a program in physics called the CUSP program, and which select 100 top physics students from China and enroll them in the United States universities to the PhD program in physics. So my friend was selected. So he went to Virginia Tech in 1981. And then he gave me a lot of information about Virginia Tech, about how to study in the United States, because at that time the information about the U.S. it's very, very rare, and we really don't know much about the universities and the lives in the United States. So my friend wrote to me and he said, "Yeah, you can come and you can apply to the math department. There's no Chinese students there, and you can apply for scholarship, like a teaching assistantship or research assistantship, so that because at that time we cannot afford to pay tuitions." So I said, "Oh, great! Then just send me." After them send me the application form, so I applied. Then in 1981, about December, I received the admission letter from Virginia Tech, and which they offered me a scholarship. However, I was not able to enter the program. The reason is the government already assigned us, because we are, when we go to university, everything was provided, all the you don't pay tuition fee, you don't pay the dorm fee, and so everything provided by the government. So now they say, okay, you are in our plan to assign you to a job. Once you are in that plan, you cannot leave. You have to serve for the country for 2 years. When I say so, we have to work for 2 years before you can leave. So I wrote back to Virginia Tech and said, "I'm sorry, I cannot come because of that policy." Well, it's so nice of them. They renewed my admission and a scholarship every year for 2 years.
Wow.
So until 1984, then I finally completed the 2 years work requirement. And then, so I went to Virginia Tech. The professor there, the director of the graduate study, the first thing he said to me is, finally, you come. Finally, you come. But at that time, I was the first Chinese students from mainland of China to the Virginia Tech's math department.
Wow, historic. Well, Professor, you again, you said this is such a light tune, but we all know how difficult it was. That means you had very high level of English proficiency while in a Chinese college studying math. Otherwise, they wouldn't admit you. And second, your GPA must be the 4.0 and the highest possible in order for them to award you a tuition waiver and a scholarship. And you must be the best of the best, otherwise they wouldn't wait for 2 more years just to admit this particular student. So Virginia made the right choice, and we made the right choice to have you here at the U of M. But I just remind me, came to the United States in 2000, and I had my education, undergraduate education in China, total 7 years, and I got same tuition free, and a very tiny stipend. But anyway, basically, I have the 7 years of free education in China. But when I wanted to study abroad, it's a different story. They didn't want me to work because there's no job, assigned job already waiting for you. It's they just said pay the tuition back. So I paid 7 years of tuition and the stipend back to the education authority, and then was allowed to study abroad. However, here's a little dramatic twist. Many years later, the people who was in charge of charging these study abroad students this fee was arrested, because obviously the money didn't go to the treasury, instead of go to somewhere else. So it's sorry, I digress, but I couldn't help. It just remind me. But I'm glad you had 2 years in China and came to the United States without further obstacles.
Yeah, when I first came, I remember at that time the current exchange rate is $1 to 2 renminbi, and you are only allowed to exchange $60.
$60.
$60. So I came to the United States with $60 in my pocket. I arrived New York, the Kennedy Airport, and I took a taxi. I want send me to Queens, and one of my friends lived there.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I took the Greyhound bus from New York to Blacksburg in Virginia. But with that $60 at the airport, the taxi driver they say, okay, I give them the address. They say, okay, we can drive you. How much money do we have? I thought about that. I said, $40.
Smart.
They say, yeah, give me the $40. I would drive
I think that was overcharged, wasn't it?
At that time, it was overcharged.
Yeah, definitely overcharged.
It's a completely new experience for me. Fortunately, I still had kept the $20 in my pocket.
I'm sorry, the New York didn't give you a very, very, very good welcome. Well, it's amazing. Our program goes so fast, because we should double the length of our program. But before we go, I do want to ask you, at least we won't only get a chance to cover like 10% of our questions. But I do want to ask you, even we only have less than 2 minutes left, why math? What do you find about so fascinating about math? Math, why you think math is, you want to commit your entire life to math studies, teaching, and research?
First is when I was an elementary school student, my math skill is pretty good. I think maybe because of my mother, the elementary school math teacher.
Okay.
And I inherited a little bit out of that. Yeah, I was the class representative for the math part. Mm-hmm. But after that, when I was assigned to the farm, I want to keep studying because we didn't learn much knowledge in my high school or middle school to high school, that we didn't learn much actually. So I thought, okay, I want to know more. So that's kind of saying you really want to learn the knowledges, and you don't want to just to be a farmer forever. So what you can learn? But at that time, you cannot self-study chemistry. because you need experiments to experiments.
Yeah.
Physics, chemistry, you need to do experiments and so on. So that's another reason that the mathematics is the thing. You only need a paper, a piece of paper, and a pen. You can study by yourself. So I kept going in the math direction. Okay, well, because you learn more and more, and you really find I really love the mathematics part. So that is why I picked that direction.
You are a natural born mathematician. You feel natural,
Actually,
and other people might find that a piece of paper and a pencil that they cannot produce anything, but you produce mathematical equations and make it a beautiful language. But I have to say that you are fitting the professor, you fit in the stereotype in the United States. So you are model immigrant, and also you're good at math. So that's just a double confirmation of the stereotype.
You know that I was not the really best student in my college class. I was okay, but many of my classmates are really smart. I was intimidated a lot about that.
You got 5.7 million, the best, the very top of the pyramid. You are already in the elite club. Well, I'm so fortunately we run out of time, but what an amazing conversation, Professor Liu. I learned so much from this conversation. I hope we will invite you come back to the program, and we will continue to talk about mathematics. I really very much look forward.
I hope there's a lot of stories about the way to lead to me to United States and how to become the immigrant. And so, yeah, we can chat later.
Absolutely, look forward to it. Thank you, Professor. What a thrill. Thank you for your time. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which asks whether we are doing enough to help Ukraine. Russia, and that means Putin, has started a big spring offensive against Ukraine, and is sending a rain of deadly missiles down on civilian men, women and children every day, destroying their country, and killing more and more of them against all the rules of war and war crimes. It's clear enough that Zelensky is justified in asking the West for weapons that will enable Ukraine to more effectively defend itself against Putin's aggression. Every day we read about discussions and intentions by the West to deliver the weapons Zelensky has requested, but we don't read that the West has actually delivered those weapons. Of course, this leaves Zelensky and Ukraine at a huge disadvantage. The EU and NATO are not together on this. And the US is not together on it either, reflecting the continuing dysfunction in Congress and the increasing reluctance of many Republicans to spend money on defending Ukraine. Joe Biden seems to be walking a political tightrope on what to do. He wants Europe to believe he'll come through, but at the same time he wants to minimize the risk of escalation, and also to defer criticism from the Republicans. As a result, he is playing both ends against the middle, and hesitating on actually sending the weapons to help Ukraine. But time is of the essence, and this may turn out to be a really bad strategy. We need a much more concerted effort. We need unequivocal leadership from Joe Biden on this issue. We need him to lead the US and Europe to provide what Zelensky has requested. Ukraine's future, Europe's future, the future of the liberal world order, and the future of the US itself depends on it. Half-steps and half-hearted compromises are a recipe for disaster. How about it, Mr. President? How about sending those Abrams tanks right away? If Poland and Germany can do it, so can you. How about giving the Ukrainians the F-16 fighters they asked for, which you really should have given them when the Russians started bombing them a year ago? Don't be faint of heart. Don't be put off by Putin's mind games. Don't be afraid of Marjorie Taylor Greene. You're stronger than that. At this point, we need you to step up and show Ukraine and Russia and the world that you and the US are still global leaders. Think of the international disaster that will follow complacency, inaction or half-steps on this. That will lead to the fall of Ukraine, the validation of autocracy in Russia, China and many other places around the world. It will put the pennies on the eyes of the liberal world order that the US has worked so hard to build since World War II. And worst of all, it will send an irrefutable message everywhere that the US is impotent, and that autocrats can invade their neighbors anytime they wish, with impunity. You did not spend much time on this in your State of the Union, and frankly we wondered why. Were you concerned about reaction from the Republicans? Are you just lowering the bar for American foreign policy? Are you catering to isolationists, taking the easy path? That will not advance our national interest or protect our core values. Mr. President, it's time for you to step up and help Ukraine by providing the weapons it has requested, before it is simply and tragically too late. Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine, and Eastern Europe, are counting on you. The US, divided or not, is also counting on you. 2023 can be a year of admirable achievement, if we can help the Ukrainians beat back the Russian aggression. Or, it can be a year of tragic if not disastrous failure if we fail to do so. And that, of course, will have a huge effect on your credibility and your candidacy in the 2024 election. Your choice, Mr. President. How about doing the right thing? Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on say one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like
Hi, I'm Rusty Komori, and this is Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. I was the head coach of the Punahou School boys varsity tennis team for 22 years, and we were fortunate to win 22 consecutive state championships. This show is based on my books, Beyond the Lines and Beyond the Game, and it's about inspiration, leadership, and building a superior culture of excellence. My special guest today is the author of Amazon's best-selling book, Get Up Girl. She is Sarah McFarland, and today we are going beyond empowering women. Hey, Sarah, welcome to Beyond the Lines.
Coach, aloha. Thank you so much for having me on board. I've been watching all of your episodes for several years and have been learning so much. I'm excited to be on here and be part of this incredible community of business leaders that you continue to champion.
Sarah, you are an incredible person with an incredible family, but I'm friends with your husband, Patrick, and I heard that he went over to Maui to volunteer to help some of the Maui victims.
He did. It's been such a harrowing tragedy, what's gone on in Lahaina as well as Kula. And, our hearts have just gone out with the Maui community. And my husband ended up going, he has such a big heart. And he ended up going out that weekend after the fires just to support and help with one of the local churches. He did what he could. And that was to just help with some of the supplies that came in to distribute them, and helped as a security guard at night so everybody could sleep peacefully. And, that was definitely something devastating that we're all going through with Maui. So.
Well, that's Patrick for sure. I mean, he's a man of great character. And Sarah, you have a beautiful family. I mean, your kids, Reagan, Victoria, I mean, so beautiful. And I want to know, Sarah, what's the biggest reason why you're a successful mom?
Well, thank you for that, Coach. I think I'm always trying to strive to do better. I think we all are. So that means so much to me, that outside looking in, that you can give me some credit there. Because I think as moms, we're always feeling like we can do better, right? So It really takes a village to raise a child. They say that, and it's true. I come from a blended family where we've got 2 moms and 2 dads, and we're all working really hard to raise our kids. And I think being on the same page coming from divorce has really helped to kind of set the tone for our family. And so I'm very blessed that I have an incredible other mom, and the kids also have Patrick as their dad, and Corey, and so we're really blessed to make it work as a family. I think something that I've always taught the children is to think for yourself. I think that's the most important thing, that we're all on board as parents to teach the kids to think for themselves, to think outside of the box, to be independent of thought, and to really make sure that we're instilling value to them as individuals, so they can be courageous in this era and have the value that they need, so that they can, like my book says, to roar loudly and find their inner voice.
Well, Sarah, as you know, I teach tennis to your 2 kids, Reagan and Victoria, and they are just absolutely wonderful kids. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's teamwork as a family to really raise kids. But I also train you in tennis. And what do you feel? What do you love about our tennis lessons the most?
I think for me, I think I just really love playing with you, and we've kind of revolved our lives around that. I think it's important to note that when you can play with a champion, play with a champion. and so we revolve our life around the opportunities that we have. And it didn't come in another sport, it came in tennis. And we have been very, very grateful to be able to do that as a family together. And Patrick can even get on the court sometimes. The kids are there. We've made it a family sport. And so I enjoy everything that we're doing together, from the team effort as a family that we are able to do with you. And that's on the court, that's off the court. I enjoy the coaching, but I also enjoy, I call you my counselor, my coach, my friend of, over 15 years, I think we've been playing. So it's more than just the game. It's everything that's involved in it. And so thank you.
Well, yeah, Sarah, we know each other for many, many years now. And can you share with our viewers just about why you've had a successful background in business, and what that background in business was?
Yeah, well, the background in business, I used to work in politics from a young age. I did media relations, legislation drafting, bills, and came from that, and then went into being a chief of staff for one of the local state representatives. From there, went back to school. Originally was at Chaminade University for my undergrad, then went back to school, had kids in the process, had my master's at Hawaii Pacific University for business, and then started 2 companies back together, back to back. One was called Landmark Logistics. Another was a distribution company that I did private label brands for 2 of the largest grocery chains here in Honolulu, and was mass distributed on all the outer islands. After that, I moved to Nebraska with my new husband, Patrick, and his family has a large manufacturing company over there. And so he came to support and spend time with his family. And I picked up a development project, 10-acre parcel. I rezoned it, annexed it, did the entitlements, worked that project through, and with the utilities, the grading, the sewer, the paving, all of that, and sold it. And somewhere in between, I decided to write a book. And now I currently do consulting for M&A as well as succession planning.
So, Sarah, I've seen you in action through many of those years and many of those businesses. And I'm very impressed with you. Everything you do, you just make every business better. I mean, that's your track record. And I want to know what compelled you to write Get Up Girl?
Get Up Girl is written. The inspiration behind it is to reach a demographic that for women, and to offer within business, to offer perhaps a different approach to some of the modern day feminism that is out there right now. It's a book that inspires through courage. It's a book that teaches how to get up. It embraces healthy femininity without having to embrace the emasculation of our counterparts. And I think women are looking for something to pivot that's healthy. Originally, feminine. Modern day feminism has definitely changed and become a little bit more polarizing, but traditional feminism was a movement for equality for all, and that includes men as well. And I don't think we have to have one to have the other. I don't think that femininity and being a strong woman are antithetical qualities. I think and I believe that you can have both, but I also think that it's important to raise up everybody around us, and that includes men, that includes other demographics and everybody around us. And I think that we can do that when we come from a healthy place within feminism. I don't embrace the victimhood mentalities that come with it. In certain regards, I champion getting back up. That's why the book is called Get Up Girl, and really being able to find your inner voice. And we do that it's done through identity and purpose and balance and addressing boundaries and what those healthy boundaries look like and how to implement them, and getting knocked down and having to come back up time and time again, and what that looks like, and not to take things too personal in business, but to really just be able to champion your voice and finding yourself through the process and really allowing yourself to go through that process.
And Sarah, what I love about your book too is it's great for men, because men can have greater understanding about women. And Sarah, right now, the big popular movie is Barbie. Can you explain what the differences are in terms of the actual reality for women and feminism?
Well, I did enjoy Barbie. I liked some things in it, and I maybe didn't some other things, but overall, I loved to see the shift in femininity being embraced again. And I love that, because like I said, I don't think that angry feminism sells anymore. And I just don't think it's something that our younger generation is willing to embrace or to champion, because it's angry, and we're all looking to be inspired. We're all looking to be hope filled. We're all looking to go on a journey together and lift each other up in this moment in time. And we're looking for those healthy leaders. And so what I take things out of it. I'd written my book 3 years ago and rewrote a lot of it this year, but I do take some of the healthy things out. It kind of came out during the launch of my book, so I did include it just so that I could be modern and relevant in the times right now. But there are some things, and then there are some things that I think we can do better, and it's always important for women to be able to evolve. And so my book is really a stance of evolving within that modern femininity.
Well, Sarah, you are definitely a role model for women empowerment. And what would you say are some keys for really finding your true identity?
Identity is a lifelong journey, I think, that we go on. I think there's never been a greater moment in time to know who you are. We have an identity crisis with our youth. We have an identity crisis that is very prevalent in society today, and that's why Instagram and social media and all of these outside marketing companies and platforms really are able to monetize on that. Identity is a monetizing tool out there, and if you don't know who you are, you will let the world to be able to tell you and label you on who you are, and you'll be categorized and you will be labeled. And I think it's important to know who you are, why you tick the way that you tick, why you think the way that you think, what's your purpose, which is correlated to identity. I think people are looking for leaders in this moment in time, and we've got to be able to give them something that's healthy, as we're continuing to grow up, as we're continuing to get older. There are others that are looking up at us, and what do we want to reflect in society today, and how does that look? Purpose and identity, they should go hand in hand. And for me, I think throughout the journey, I didn't really know who I was. I identified as a woman in business. I'm Korean, and my father's was in special forces, and so I was just raised a certain way. I'm the daughter of a first generation American Korean woman, and so work harder, and you get a B, and it's an F. So for me, there are good things that were taken from that as well. But I think a lot of who I was wrapped in what I could do and what I produced. And the amazing thing about COVID-19 was that it gave us a time to pause. And if you were running so fast, like I was, from one thing to the next, you had to be forced to just stop and go through the process. And when there's not all that much around you, you can't really hide behind things. You couldn't really hide behind things in COVID-19. You had to really embrace who you were. And so for me, that was extremely healing. And I took advantage of it. I went, and I was on the mainland at that time. And I went from one corner of the US to the next, and then back again. We did the whole van life thing, traversed the US. And this was at a very difficult time for our country, where it was on the shootings of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. And for me, that was a really harrowing moment. In the Lahaina fires and the Kula fires, for me, just such a difficult time. You want to do more, and you want to do what you can to help. And that was such a hard time for me. In the same way, that time in our history was such a divisive moment, was very difficult for me to overcome. And I really needed to understand it on the ground level. And so I went on this journey and this trip, and we went to those places. We went to St. Louis. We went to Louisville. I went to the Colorado mining towns and the little towns in Tennessee, and we went to LA. We went everywhere just so I could gain a better understanding of the moment that I was living in. We slept where lions slept. We swam with beavers, and got knocked on our camper van a couple of times by the police. Had to get dug out of the sand. I mean, it was just such a remarkable moment in time, and as free as I ever would be in that moment is kind of where I found a little bit of my identity, where I was just unhinged from the mechanisms of control that really had me, where I always had this idea of what I was supposed to be. And it was kind of the first moment in my life where I was like, I want to break free. It was my very big girl break free moment of work and everything that I thought that I was supposed to be. And I found a greater purpose on that journey. And that was where I had birthed Let Love Be Greater, which is the 501c3 foundation for me that helps to empower women through education. And it's along that path is where I found that. And sometimes we need the calm, and we need just the stillness to be able to allow ourselves to go through that process. And that's what it did for me.
Well, Sarah, you're obviously very adventurous and very cultured for sure. And Sarah, when you reflect back on your life so far, what's one or two big adversities that you dealt with that you overcame?
I've faced a lot of adversities. I think as women, we all do. As people, we all do. As humans, we all do. And I've tried to buy companies. I've put 8 months into things, didn't work out, only for the door to be slammed in my face. I've been sued. I've had to lawyer up at times. I've been backstabbed. I've been had distributions just stopped in one season of my life, and had to sell a development during COVID. The list, I could go on and on and on. But I think as women, we all have to go through those things, and as business owners, we all have to go through those things. And to find ourselves pitying, or to find ourselves backed up into a corner and not being able to move and find ourselves in an inability to mobilize is not where you want to be. Adversities come and adversities go, and they make you stronger. And it's an important part of life. So much of what your books have been written about, you have to be able to be that champion, to get back up time and time again, no matter what's happened to you. If you allow it, they will indubitably be your end story. But you can also use what's happened to you to be the beginning of your story. And I think adversities are great like that. I've been through some things, but they don't make me. They have given me a voice to promulgate what I want to champion in this season. And I think that's what we, we need to do if we're pioneering. And that's what it is to be a leader. You know, you're gonna be able to pivot and to find these areas that you really want to champion. And it's going to be from coming through some gritty things. You know, we've gone through some stuff. Coach, you've gone through some things. You know, in order to get where you are, you've had to go through some things. And so the adversities are really, I feel like it's just a platform to launch into, you know, all the things that you want to become.
Sarah, I love hearing all your insights. And Sarah, you have both of my books, and I love how you just mentioned about adversities and you know, obviously, you know that I talk about welcoming adversities and looking forward to challenges, because when it happens and we deal with it, we become a stronger person for that experience. We become smarter, we become better. What are some things that stood out to you in the books?
So much stood out in the books. I think I told you before, but I love book number 2. You know, I love I felt like things just continued to get better, you know, from beyond the lines, beyond the games. And I think one of the most impactful stories for me reading it, because, you know, I'm basing my book on getting up, is when you were in your Missouri championship game. And I think you had a rolled ankle, you had something that was going on with your ankle, and you were winning up until that point, and then you started to lose because you were in a lot of pain. And the coach ended up coming out and saying, you know, don't look at the things that you don't have, you know, begin to see what you've got. And I thought that was so profound, because so often we're looking at what we don't have, you know, versus what we do have. And so you began to pivot, you began to change up your game a little bit, you know, you began to shift the way you're hitting the ball and the way that you're holding the racket. And you began to use what you still had to be able to produce momentum in the game. And you ended up winning that championship, and you ended up having that goal become that reality. And I thought that was so powerful, because you persevered through something that was seemingly impossible and extremely excruciating and difficult to do. And yet you didn't allow your circumstances to dictate how you were going to win. You chose, you focused in on what you wanted to do, and that was the outcome. And I love that, because so often we get down. So often we've got issues and things that we can't do, because we're looking at, well, I can't do this, I can't do that, I don't have this, I don't have that, you know, I don't have the proper funding, I can't get the bank loan, they're not going to do business with me, I'm not enough of what they're looking for, I don't have the talent. You know, we're always looking at what we don't have, but it's a great reminder to just focus on what you do have. You know, I am going to be this, I am going to fit the role, I can win the end game. And I think having that self ends up coming to pass.
Well, Sarah, I love that you love that story about me playing against the University of Missouri. And yeah, that's what Coach Ed's advice to me was. He said, you know, instead of worrying about things that you can't do, focus on things that you still can do. And that was probably the biggest, best advice I ever got. And I'm sharing that with so many of my teams that I was coaching. And you know, I could have easily fell into the victim mindset. And you and I both talk about the differences between being a victim versus being a victor. Now, what are your thoughts about trading in victimhood and fear for a healthy mindset?
I love I'll start with this because I really loved it. I loved the Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary in Netflix. And Arnold shares with you his past. He's like, I've been abused and I've been all these things. And he's like, boo-hoo, you know? And I was like, oh, oh my goodness. But he said, you know, he used what's happened to him. He said, you have a choice. You can either use what's happened to you to break you or to make you. You have a choice. You have that choice. That's powerful, because I don't think we realize how powerful we have our abilities are. You know, the power of our own choice, the power of the way that we look at each other and how we view our own selves. And he said, so I chose to take everything and use it as the fuel. And that's exactly what he did. He used everything that had happened to him to be the fuel and the driving motivation for the success that he had achieved. And obviously he succeeded in everything that he did. And I feel like that's that's something that's very relative to our life. You know, we can choose to have fear. We can choose to be the summation of the things that have occurred in our lives, or we can choose to overcome them. We have that choice. You know, we can choose fear, or we can choose to have courage. And if you choose courage, you're gonna have to overcome some things, and you're gonna have to be willing to face those fears and to overcome victimhood, because victimhood is soul crushing. There is no end game in victimhood. You know, it's, yes, you can embrace these ideas, but ultimately you're embracing losing. You know, and as you know, Coach, everything about your books is about winning and being the champion. You know, it's not about being good. It's about being great. It's about being the best. And so victimhood is ultimately soul crushing. It leads to nowhere. And we need to begin to champion winning. We need to begin to champion champions. We need to begin to champion something that will be able to lead this generation out of so much of that type of thinking and that fear.
I totally agree with you, Sarah. And Sarah, what would your advice be to women or just people that are dealing with failure?
I wrote in my book, get up, girl. But get up, fight, get beat, rise, repeat, fight, overcome, win. I think that we've got to get up, and we've got to push through, and we've got to be able to go forward, and no matter how many doors shut in your face, because there will be doors that shut in your face, and they're going to slam, and you're going to have failures, and you're going to have these moments in time where you're going to feel hopeless. But it's important to be able to persevere. It's important to choose to persevere. It's important to allow that momentum to go forward. And if there's a mountain in front of you, you know, find a way to get through to the other side. You know, crawl, dig through it. You know, go around it, climb up it. You know, summit the top. But whatever you need to do, get over to the other side. Don't allow that mountain to be that big thing that stands in front of you and your success. You know, don't allow the closed doors to be the end game for you. You know, out of every 100 deals that you've got, you just need one. And and that's statistically within PE, private equity. A lot of times it's, you know, you've got 100 deals going through, and just that one goes through that you need. And so even if you get the doors slammed, somebody's going to eventually say yes. You know, it goes to the persistent victor. It goes to the one that has effort. You know, intellect means nothing without effort. I tell that to my son all the time. You know, he's a smart boy. He's a brilliant boy. But as we've seen at times, I tell him, you know, it means nothing. It means nothing to have intellect if you can't persevere, if you can't get back up. And I think have that effort. I reward the effort. I don't reward his intellect. And I think that's important for our younger generation, because a little bit of wind, a little bit of storms just knock us off our feet, you know, a little bit of rejection, and we're not able to get up and go forward. But being able to push through those moments is so invaluable and so important.
Now, Sarah, in terms of finding balance, I mean, being an entrepreneur and balancing family, personal life, what is your advice for people to find balance with their career and their family, personal life?
Well, I think balance is like a seesaw, and, you know, nobody has fun when there's too much weight on one side. And so you just have to reshift. You have to refocus. You've got to reapportion those things. And I think it's important to know your boundaries, know when to say no. You know, saying yes to everything doesn't make people value you more. In fact, it's the opposite. If you say yes to everything, people end up taking you for granted, you know? So having healthy boundaries is extremely important. And when balancing, don't get your blueprint from social media, because it's not true. It's a lie. You only see what they want you to see. You know, that mom that's baking those cookies, eating them, and running her empire and raising those kids, she's probably got a team to run that empire. She's working out for 5 hours after she's baked those cookies and ate them, you know, and she's got a hired au pair. So, you know, don't compare yourself, because comparison truly is the killer of dreams. Don't compare yourself to social media. Don't get your blueprint from it. Balance will not be found from it. And, you know, when you need to rebalance, just shift some things. Know when the season to build is. Know when the season to focus on your family or your health, your spiritual, mental, physical. Know when it is time to make that company again. And so knowing the seasons and understanding how to say no, I feel like is extremely important in balancing.
Sarah, I gotta say, you nailed it right there. I mean, you're so right about saying no. So many people want to say yes, and that just kind of wears on them. And I mean, I know that you and I both, whatever we do, we want to do it to the best, the highest quality that we can. And Sarah, I want to really thank you for taking time to be on the show today. I'm so proud about, your book, and I want everybody to go out there and get it. And just want to thank you for taking time to be on the show today.
Thank you, Coach. Well, I'm honored, and I've gotten to learn so much from you. And like I said, you've been an incredible coach, and counselor and friend. And so it's been invaluable. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And thank you for watching Beyond the Lines on ThinkTech Hawaii. For more information, please visit rustykomori.com, and our books are available on Amazon. I hope that Sarah and I will inspire you to create your own superior culture of excellence and to find your greatness and help others find theirs. Aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests, and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol, Mon Lee, and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men, whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them, when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They, and we, will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism. Devotion and commitment to one's country. Identification with, and vigorous support and special concern for its well-being.
Freedom of speech. The right to express opinions without government restraint, as provided in the First Amendment.
Separation of church and state. The fundamental principle that religion and government are separate and do not mix or control each other, as set forth in the First Amendment.
The peaceful transfer of power. A concept important to democratic governments in which the leaders of a government peacefully hand over power to the newly elected leadership.
Disinformation. False information which is intended to mislead, especially propaganda issued by a government official or organization to a rival government or the media or the public.
Contempt. Willful disobedience or open disrespect to a court, judge, or legislative body.
Perjury. The crime of lying to a court or legislative or governmental body after having taken an oath or affirmation.
Subornation. The crime of persuading or permitting a person to commit perjury.
Tampering. The crime of causing a person to testify falsely, withhold testimony or information, or be absent from any proceeding to which the person has been summoned.
Obstruction of justice. The crime of willfully interfering with or impeding an investigation or the process of justice, especially by influencing, threatening, harming or impeding a witness, juror or judicial officer, or furnishing false information.
Conspiracy. An agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal act, with an intent to achieve the agreement's goal and an overt act toward furthering that goal.
Treason. The crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to overthrow the government.
Insurrection. An organized violent act of rebellion against an established government or governing authority of a nation-state or political entity by a group of its citizens or subjects, or any act of engaging in such a rebellion.
Demagogue. A leader who uses popular prejudices, lies, threats, false claims and false promises to gain and hold power.
Cult. A group controlled by a charismatic, unprincipled leader to whom members display unquestioning loyalty. Who uses brainwashing to attract followers. And where doubt and dissent are actively discouraged and punished.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and
Welcome back to ThinkTech. This is movies you can learn from, and George and I really found one that'll knock your socks off. We did a review of a movie called Jaguar a few weeks ago, and it was about a group that had escaped Mauthausen death camp in Austria and had come into Spain to hunt Nazis who had run away to Spain. And one of the characters was a fellow named Otto Bachmann, who had the proverbial German scar from dueling on his cheek, very recognizable individual. But he was a docudrama character. He wasn't, that wasn't the name of a real character. But, George is a research person, and he pursued that and found that there was a guy named Otto Skorzeny, and a very authoritative movie was made, documentary movie was made about his life, right down to the scar. And so today we're going to review the movie about the real Otto and tell you about the incredible things that he did during the war and after the war in Europe. He was a character, amazing character, not to be loved, liked, or trusted. George, how did you find that movie? It was really a work of art to find it and then watch it and send it to me. And I really enjoyed it on a kind of intellectual level because I wanted to know more about what happened in Spain. I had been unaware of what was going on in Spain, come to find that Jaguar is, in fact, based on some real people, some real events in Spain. It's not just fiction.
Basically, what happened is when I was watching Jaguar on Netflix, this documentary popped up a number of times. And then after you brilliantly mentioned that about Skorzeny, right, that and that the Jaguar series with Dr. Death was not accurate. I'm always concerned, as we've talked about in the past in other reviews, about historical accuracy. And I figured, wait a minute, something's fishy here. So I'm going to go and look under the surface to find out what's really going on. And that's when I learned this. But basically, it was Netflix that alerted me to this, right? And then I start doing research on news and whatever to get a little more information on this. So it was Netflix that ran me to that. And then I watched it, and then the other thing I sent you was this English blogger really filled in all the little particulars about Skorzeny. The guy was really, really bad news, gun for hire. He had no morals. It was everything about himself to advance himself. Like we well know right now with our former presidents, oh, me, 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 me. There's no moral scruples at all. He just was out for himself. And he even killed Nazis, when it was to his benefit, right? So really bad guy. I mean, and yet he lived a life of luxury in Spain. Beautiful. He had a summer place on, I think, Mallorca or, one of those Spanish islands. He was living a good life. Son of a bitch. Oh, excuse me, I shouldn't swear, on the show, a family show. But I mean, we can fill in a lot of the gaps. He was involved with so many. He was involved with Soviet KGB. He was involved with our CIC in America. He was involved with the Mossad, as we mentioned. He was involved with so many others. Fidel. He was trying to, Fidel killing Fidel Castro. So he was a gun for hire, and very bad guy. Only me. So you can fill in some more, Jay. Maybe I'm forgetting things.
No, he was Austrian.
Yeah.
He was a Nazi through and through all his life. Even when he was working for the Mossad, he told them he was a Nazi. It's interesting. And he managed to, work for and develop contacts through a number of interesting intelligence organizations around Europe and the U.S. But let me go back in time. So when the war broke out, he joined the Nazi Party, and then he tried to get a job. I think he wanted to be a pilot, but they said he was too tall because this guy was 6'4". If you like tall people, you like this guy. And they put him in the SS instead, and he did some dastardly things there. He was responsible for the deportation of something over 300,000 Jews to death camps. And later on, he worked for the Mossad. Go figure.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was Hitler's soldier. He was Hitler's special projects person, and he would do the most remarkable things, like rescuing Mussolini. He did that and endeared himself to Hitler, and lots of other strange missions where he demonstrated his ability. Of course, there were also a lot of missions where he failed, but he kept going, and it was a study in how you could be the way Hitler wanted you to be, how you could be the autocrat's perfect soldier. And he got very close. He got close to the whole retinue around Hitler. And I just fantastic, the kinds of friends he made, the kinds of influence that he had within the top echelons of the Nazi Party and of the army, the Nazi army. He was responsible for a lot of military strategy during the war in the Ardennes, for example. He knew how to pull it off. He knew how to. He had this really interesting operation where he had his troops dressed in American military uniforms as spies. That's espionage or worse. And the Americans caught them and shot them on the spot, because in a war, that's what you did with somebody who dressed up in your uniform. Anyway, the guy was really smart and ruthless during the war, and with with Hitler, and he managed to ingratiate himself and never got hurt. And he was at the trials in Nuremberg. He was a defendant. Skorzeny. He was a defendant at Nuremberg, and he was acquitted because the people from the American Army and I guess the intelligence organizations that he worked with then testified for him and said he was a good guy. He was not a good guy, but somehow he was corrupt enough, and he found enough corrupt people around, including the American Army, to be acquitted. Okay, and after that, he ran, as with the other Nazis, and he went to Spain, where he didn't even hide. He did not hide. And Jaguar, the movie Jaguar, tells you about these guys were publicly visible as Nazis in Spain after the war. And Skorzeny became a businessman. He dealt in arms, illegal arms. He had some really dark deals that he made a lot of money, bought property, bought real property all over Europe, had a number of homes, including the one you mentioned in Majorca, and he had properties in Egypt. He had properties all over the place. He was very wealthy guy at the time. And he was friendly with the top Nazi escapees, like Eichmann and Mengele, all those guys. And somehow he managed to escape. He was smarter, more wily than the ones who got caught. And a very interesting life working for all these intelligence and spy organizations for various countries. I wonder if they all knew how invested he was in spy organizations in countries that were adverse to them. I wonder if the CIA knew that he was working for all these other organizations, like the KGB. He's working for the KGB and the CIA at the same time. Go figure. Working for the Mossad, and I don't know how many others. The guy had a really interesting life. And at the end of the day, he died in 1975 from smoking cigarettes, lung cancer. And he died, and they had two funerals for him, one in Spain and one in, I guess it was Berlin. And in both of those funerals, they all came from miles around, and they gave the Nazi salute. In 1975, they're giving the Nazi salute. An extraordinary group of people. And just like Jaguar, you say, how could this be? How could they remain under wraps this way? How could they continue to operate this way? And this was the smartest guy in the room. He did.
Jay, one of the things growing up in the 50s, I had teachers in high school. One of my teachers had gone to Brandeis, and then the other guy, Spiro. I mean, we never learned about really the nitty-gritty about the Holocaust. And then on TV, they had Hogan's Heroes. It made the Nazis look like you could laugh because they were so silly, right? Remember Commandant Klink, right? I mean, every time I think of my childhood of Nazis, I laugh because it reminds me of that show. But the reality is, right, is that these were horrible people. Skorzeny was a very horrible man, right? And yet our government protected him,
That is, our government protected him because they thought he was of some value. Right. And they thought it was of some value because of his connections with former Nazis. Well, current Nazis, because these guys remain Nazis all their lives, including into the modern time. But what struck me about this, and I don't know if it struck you about it, this documentary, and it was documented as a documentary. There were documents in this documentary, and there were historians, mostly Spanish historians, but also American historians and historians from around Europe who were telling us about him, about Skorzeny. And what struck me is that, we have not been looking at the war in a nuanced, sophisticated way. people played all sides of the fence. They did the most remarkable things. We've heard, how people were killed in the death camps, and we've heard the Americans, who won the war, and the British. It's interesting in the sense that it's also formulaic. But you don't hear about the guy who played both sides or all sides. You don't hear about the remarkable missions and strategies that they were thinking of. You don't hear about the deceptions, the lies, the murders. It was much more complex than we were raised to think. And that's what the interesting part of this movie is. It shows you that the war and Europe and, the espionage business is so complex and so dangerous. And yet there are people who live that life for their whole lives. Right. And were able to, successfully navigate all these lethal risks. And Skorzeny was one of them. You hate him. I hate him because I think he couldn't be trusted by anybody.
You can't trust him.
But nobody ever caught up with him, and you have to give him credit for that. And he died, in his bed. I find, and you can compare that with what happened just yesterday with Evgeny Prigozhin, who was in a small plane with 10 people flying to Moscow, and all of a sudden it dropped out of the air and crashed. And we don't have confirmation, but it appears that he was on that plane. And then you think, hey, wait a minute, isn't this what Putin does? And this is what happens in the spy business, dealing with autocrats and dictators. Your life isn't worth a dime. And I guess we should have realized that Prigozhin's life wasn't worth a dime. And through this whole period of history, you would have thought that Otto Skorzeny, his life wasn't worth a dime because he was on the wrong team, but he was able to satisfy everyone. He was able to navigate between the most dangerous people in the world. And that's why they called him the most dangerous man in Europe, because he had the power to assassinate. He was an assassin. This is more interesting than fiction.
One of the things that it brings to mind is that in 1961, Dulles, who was the head of the CIA, he wanted to. Skorzeny was going to do assassinate Fidel, Castro, right? And Kennedy put the nix on. I think that in our own country, they were enemies of JFK in our own country. And then finally he ends up being assassinated, and we don't know the particulars of that. And the Dr. Death, Albert Heim, he didn't go to Spain or South America. He ended up in Egypt. He took on an Arabic name. He changed his religion ostensibly to Muslim, right? And he died there. He also lived a full life, right? His son later said that in 1992 he had died in Egypt. And of course he went there to play against Israel. Why go to Egypt of all places? So these guys were game players. And they talk about in this thing about the Haka, which was a whole 35 secret organization to get all these Nazi leaders, in case of the Nazi defeat, to freedom. This stinks. Putin. Also, look at Erdogan. He's playing Russia. He's playing America. He's playing all sides, right? And we got the same thing going on now. And, even our own government, State Department, playing footsie with Iran, with those crazies, Raisi in Iran. So this is, what about morality in the world? Why don't all these governments deal with morality? That fact that Skorzeny could get away with this really brings question into all of our minds, is what really goes on in the spy organizations? How could we allow this creep to get away? I don't know with Werner von Braun how much he was involved with the actual.
No, but there was another scientist.
Yeah.
There was another scientist, and Skorzeny was arguably responsible for his death.
Krug in Egypt, yeah, because he actually. So I said he
He
killed.
was friendly with Werner von Braun.
Yeah,
after the war.
Right.
I think he was helping the Egyptians build missiles.
Yes.
And Skorzeny's mission was to do away with him, and he did. He was an assassin. He was organized. I mean, what a movie it would make. We don't really know. We only know from this documentary some of the really sordid things that he was involved in. There was some suggestion that there was an organization, arguably, that was involved in the assassination of Kennedy, President Kennedy.
That's what I was alluding to. That there was definitely involvement there too. I mean, we don't. To this day, we don't know really about the assassination completely. We covered a lot of cover-ups.
Yeah, and at first you think, well, hey, this is conspiracy stuff, but no, it's not conspiracy stuff. This is what this guy did and his friends did, and they could not be trusted for a moment. And they were playing, every country against every country. And you say to yourself, Hollywood couldn't make a movie like this. Hollywood could never think this stuff up. But these guys, why did the Americans play with him? Why did they testify in his favor? He had killed a lot of people. He was a war criminal, but they let him off because he was useful to them. And the American intelligence agencies, I'm just guessing here, but they were desperate to have somebody who would play both sides. They were desperate to have somebody who would give them access to where the Nazis were, and that would be leverage.
And he played with this KGB. He was literally not only playing ball with the American CIC, he was playing ball with the KGB. So, I mean, the man had no scruples whatsoever. Totally lacking any moral compass at all. I mean, I think of Mr. T right now, no moral compass, our former president, it's all about self-interest, whatever self-interest.
Well, and secrets.
And
secrets, really, really dark, evil secrets.
What does that say about our own government, our own, J. Edgar Hoover? I mean, I've done a lot of reading about him. He's a real character, too, if you know his personal life. Good Lord. People in power that are only looking out for advancement, and really don't. I mean, the whole Holocaust, how many millions of people, not only Jews and Spanish and other people, were murdered by the millions and millions of people. And then we go and we play ball with this people like Skorzeny. What does that say about, a moral thing? I guess there's no morality. It's just,
well,
they say.
But the other thing is that you and I went to school. We read books. We were exposed to the popular entertainment culture.
Right.
We saw, as we grew up, 1 million movies characterizing World War II. But we had no idea about the machinations that were going on. I mean, sometimes the movies would have a sexy plot twist and say, oh, that's just Hollywood making it up. But no, there are remarkable things happening. And I come away from your discovery of this documentary, thinking that, I have not been exposed to this sort of thing before. My first reaction was, no, this couldn't have happened. There couldn't be a person like this. There couldn't be a life like this. And all his friends, it's like one bad movie after another, and yet it was true. And so that's a real revelation. Our educations have been incomplete about our own government, about what happened in Europe, about countries we thought were, on the up and up and maybe not. It's real complicated. And if you think that it ended in 1975 with Skorzeny's death, think again. That's the way things work, and they have not stopped working that way. And, as you said, look at Putin, look at all these characters who have these really dark, secrets and who have been responsible for a huge number of murders and assassinations, and we don't hear about it. I think it's really a revelation. So I guess what I'm suggesting is I think everybody ought to see this movie. They can make of it what they want. They can decide that it's just a bunch of historians making things up. But more likely, they're going to get the idea that the fact is much scarier than the fiction. And if you really want to have a good look at World War II and the aftermath in Europe and the people who ran away, who sort of left the ship, so to speak, the rats that went in every direction from South America to North Africa to Middle East, everywhere. This is the story of those guys, and they did it with accomplices. They did it with collaborators who may have been who were associated with the United States.
Yeah, even Perón. I mean, Skorzeny was even playing ball with Perón, and they said he had an affair with his wife, Eva Perón. It's just there's just a lot more to this. So I would definitely say for the watch.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm disappointed in the sense that I don't think there are a lot of movies out like this. It could be there are very few people out who were anything like Otto Skorzeny. That he's just one of a kind. But more likely, I think there were others who managed to stay under the radar. Nobody made movies about them. Now, suffice to say that if you want to feel educated, this is the kind of thing you look for. And this is the kind of thing you sort of build into your worldview and your historical view. And so this is not a movie for entertainment at all. This is a movie for real education. Change your way of looking at things. And therefore, I give it a 10 plus. I think it's important. And kudos to you for noticing it and finding it and suggesting it for our review.
Yeah, I give it a 10 plus too. It just clarifies things and brings things to light, and movies you can learn from. This is definitely not for entertainment, but to, as you said, to learn from. So
one last thought though, George, so we have this reaction to the movie and we say that truth is stranger than fiction. I don't think we're alone. I mean, other people watched this movie. They made this movie recently. This was made not too many years ago by Spanish filmmakers, by the way, to their credit. A lot of good films coming out of Spain. But I think there are other filmmakers who are of the same mind and who are studying this kind of, under the surface historical flow that we've been talking about. And they will make movies. And one of the things that I think will come out of that, out of this movie about Otto Skorzeny and the investigation by historical investigators into his life, one of the things that will come out of it is filmmakers who want to find out more and want to do documentaries or docudramas about similar circumstances that the public had no idea about. And one of those things is going to be what Donald Trump has been doing and his enablers. I mean, more than evidence in court, more than what they can find with, all these various witnesses they've been talking to, but the real deal, all of it. And I think that's equally remarkable. And it won't happen right away. The historical aspects of this will filter out over a period of years, and then we will see, and it will be an important time, we will see movies that explore what that guy has been doing and his friends, what they've been doing. I'm looking forward to that.
But if he gets reelected, we're going to have an autocracy here. He's got the Supreme Court on his side. I'm really worried. If he wins, He's got the Supreme Court to decide in his favor. And then we're going to have an autocracy, and then a lot of things are going to be covered up. So this is a very critical election we're coming up to.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm happy with Joe Biden's foreign policies, we can get into that, but this is a critical election.
All I can suggest to you is in the next year, when you lay your head down on the pillow, make a little prayer for Fonnie Willis and Jack Smith.
Yeah.
Make a prayer. Yeah. Thank you very much, George,
Thank you, Jay.
For a very interesting movie and discussion. Aloha.
Thank you, Jay, as well.
Ai sera nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu si un ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lascia sta, e non ni corre più presumiante, farme non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality, and of course we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO, as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas in the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it, and that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble only.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests, and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru, and Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. The clock is ticking on nuclear war, and we are now going headlong into nuclear proliferation. Absent the Obama agreement that Trump senselessly terminated, Iran has dramatically increased the amount of refined uranium for a bomb. Joe Biden has been unable to get Iran back to the negotiating table to resurrect that agreement, so now we have another rogue state that will be a nuclear power. Another great foreign policy success by Trump. There will be more than a handful of armed nuclear powers, some responsible and others not responsible at all. When Iran has the bomb, it will join Russia, China and North Korea, all arguably rogue states. None of them can be trusted with the responsibilities of maintaining global peace and security. For any of them to have the bomb brings us much closer to nuclear holocaust, where millions die, where the planet is wasted, and where life on Earth is essentially over. This is a very high-stakes game. The US, the UK and France have the bomb. Israel has it too. We gave it to Pakistan and India. Hopefully they will all remain stable. It's not as clear that Iran, Russia and North Korea will be trustworthy. Can we trust that all the nuclear powers will be responsible in a world where there are simply too many bombs? History has proven that the more weapons that are out there, the more likely they will be used. And irresponsible rogue countries are more likely to use them, particularly in times like these, where so much belligerence is already in progress. Russia is a perfect example. Putin has publicly threatened to use the bomb in aid of his invasion of Ukraine. Given all the trouble in the world today, old-fashioned deterrence seems so old-fashioned. The UN isn't what it used to be, and war crimes and war criminals seem more prevalent than before. Honestly, doesn't it seem we're speeding down a road to perdition, where intentionally or unintentionally, we are at the brink of a time when we could face widespread nuclear exchange and global disaster? Thoughts and prayers are not enough. We should be very worried and do whatever we can to get off this very dangerous road to this very dangerous place. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views and concerns expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
in this Emerald City.
Aloha! Welcome to Finding Your Piece of the Rock on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Abe Lee. I have been a real estate licensee since 1973. I'm the owner of Century 21 iProperties Hawaii and work with close to 100 wonderful agents in real estate sales. I started ABD seminars in 1980. I have taught over 10,000 students to get their real estate licenses and have taught continuing education to real estate agents to renew their license every 2 years. Our show is dedicated to helping buyers and sellers understand the process involved in a real estate transaction. Our special guests will talk about legal issues, escrow, title, getting a loan, surveys, home inspections, insurance, contracts, wills and trusts, and much, much more. And today, our special topic is how does Hawaii Home Ownership Center help the first-time buyer prepare to be a homeowner? And we're fortunate to have Reina Miyamoto, who's Executive Director for Hawaii Home Ownership Center, which I affectionately call HHOC. Reina, thank you so much for being with us.
Well, thank you, Abe, for the invitation and for the opportunity to talk about my favorite subject.
That's great. Okay, so Reina, tell us a little bit about your background, your family, where you went to school, your education, and what led you to HHOC.
Well, where to start? So I'm born and raised here on Oahu. Grew up here. I went to school here, and then I went to college in Boston. And then after I graduated, it never was a thought to stay in the mainland. I came back home, and primarily my career has been in the nonprofit sector. So I started at the YMCA as a youth director, did a few different positions over there, including some community development. If you've heard of Weed and Seed, it's a community development initiative. So I spent a few years doing that as well. And through that, I actually met someone when it was time for me to look for another job. And she said, "Hey, the Hawaii Home Ownership Center is looking for a program director. Do you want to apply?" And I thought, gosh, I'm a homeowner, which I was super glad about, but I wasn't entirely sure if this was going to be if I was the right fit for the organization. But 17 years later, I'm still here and serving as the executive director. And it's been an amazing opportunity for me to meet such wonderful people in the industry, meet a lot of home buyers, and it's really filling my cup in terms of seeing the hope and that comes through our program for prospective home buyers in the community. Because I definitely feel like if people want to have a home of their own here in Hawaii, I wouldn't want them to dismiss it without at least getting educated and finding out what the process is about. And
Great. So now you came to HHOC, but did you know what HHOC did when you were interviewed?
I did, and which was why I thought, I don't know if I'm the right fit for this organization. Do I have something to contribute to what the mission is about? And I also thought, wow, how come HHOC wasn't here when I was a first-time home buyer? I could definitely have used this program myself instead of navigating it on my own.
Okay. So you've worked for different executive officers before you became appointed to be the head chief here. So what were your different roles at HHOC before you finally were asked to be the executive director?
So I'd say that in terms of the title, I've been the program director for a number of years before becoming the executive director. But I would say there's a number of experiences that have happened within that particular role. So the program director is responsible for the program of, working with the staff to provide our classes that talks about money management and credit, what you need to know before you actually embark in the purchase process, the actual buying process in terms of getting a loan, working with a real estate professional, homeowners insurance and escrow, as well as individual coaching, getting people ready one-on-one, taking a look at their own personal financial situation and seeing are there first-time buyer programs that could help that particular buyer or the family even after they become homeowners? Is there support that we can provide for them, whether it's in class form or in one-on-one coaching? So that was actually the primary responsibility of mine, but I also have been involved in fundraising for the organization, being connected and accessing resources through our national organization. We're affiliated with NeighborWorks America, and just more administrative, operational type of responsibilities before becoming the executive director.
Great. And you were well groomed to be the executive director.
Definitely had big shoes to fill. Lots of mentoring and great teachers along the way. I credit Kendall Hirai and Dennis Oshiro as my predecessors and my previous supervisors. I've learned so much from them, and they continue to be friends of the Hawaii Homeownership Center and mentors to today. I still can call them.
Great. Well, when I first heard about HHOC, I had no idea who they were. And here I was a real estate agent for 50 years, so 40 something years back then. So a good friend of mine, Mike Yamanaka, calls me up and says, hey, we need some people to be on the development committee for HHOC. I go, what is HHOC about? And of course, that's when Kendall was the executive director. Then, of course, Dennis took over, and then now you. So what's the gist of what you do at HHOC? How do you help people?
So at the core, I would think that we provide hope and help for home ownership. So primarily we help prospective first-time buyers. And I talked a little bit about it, where we provide classes that are about, what you should consider before embarking on the journey, as well as the actual purchase process and who's involved. And then we also provide coaching, which is actually taking the class concepts that they learned about and actually implementing it or creating an action plan for themselves. So, we offer a lifetime membership of services. So anybody that enrolls in our program can use as much or as little as our of our services that we offer. They could meet with their homeownership coach every month, every quarter, once every 6 months. So they kind of decide what works for them. And sometimes it's going to be more frequent in the beginning, maybe a little bit less in the middle, and then right when they're getting to escrow, meeting with their homeownership coach a little bit more often. And then post-purchase services, it's where we'd like to be there for folks, not just to get into homeownership, but we want them to sustain it for the long term. So that's why the post-purchase services are available as well too. So, maybe if I'm a homeowner and I thought, gosh, I think it's time for me to think about maybe buying a bigger home. My family has grown, but can I actually keep the one I'm living in now and buy another home? Or would I have to leverage the equity in the current home that I own and, use that to buy the second home too? The Hawaii Home Ownership Center is a third party that's not actually involved in the actual transaction. So it's kind of nice to have that resource and an unbiased party to kind of talk me through some of the things I should think about or what might be possible or resources available to me.
Now, the cornerstone of at least the education program is that 9-hour courses that the people take. What's the fee for it? How long is it? And is it on a webinar? You have live classes? Do you offer it throughout the whole state? So maybe you can talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. Actually, I'll talk a little bit more about the lifetime membership first. So you asked about the fee. So we do offer that lifetime membership that I talked about, and it's for $60 per buying unit. So it's a one-time lifetime membership fee that I pay. If I'm buying by myself, I'll pay $60. And if I'm buying with my other adult brothers and sisters, it's still $60 that covers all of this because we're considered one buying unit. The Honolulu Board of Realtors is currently offering some subsidy through their HOPE program. So there's actually $50 discounted or subsidized off of that membership fee for anybody referred by a Honolulu Board of Realtors member. Abe, you're one of them. So actually people can mention this webinar right now and name you as their referring source since we're talking about it. And whoever is listening to this program could name Abe Lee as their referring realtor, and then they could receive $50 off of that lifetime membership fee. So it's a balance of $10 of an investment to that actual buying unit. As far as the classes go, we offer a couple options. So we do offer that 9-hour class that you talked about by Zoom. So it's a live instructor, and we offer the classes in segments. So it's not a one-time shot 9-hour course on Zoom. That's a bit much. So it's our instructor Dale that does primarily most of the classes. The other option is a self-paced option. So we engage with a third-party vendor where you can log on and off of a platform. There's some chapter tests, videos on there. And then after you finish that class, in order to get the completion certificate, folks will sign up for a coaching appointment with one of our staff. And the reason why we require that is we want to make sure that anybody that uses that option will have the local information as well too. The self-paced option doesn't talk about the specifics to like property tax exemptions, for example, here in Hawaii. They wouldn't talk about some other localized information that we want people to have. And that particular option is a little bit more expensive. So we pass on the $15, which is a third-party vendor cost. The other a la carte price, the a la carte things that people might sign up for would be like a credit report. We offer a soft credit report pull with FICO scores. So if anybody wants that, then we just pass on the direct costs for whatever it is at that point in time.
Okay, that membership is good for life.
Yes, forever.
That's great. Yeah. All right. Now, Neighbor Island people are signing up more now because of COVID.
Because of COVID, but also I guess the blessing in disguise is that having the classes offered by Zoom provides more opportunities for our neighbor islands to participate. When we offered live classes on the neighbor islands, it was basically whenever we had it scheduled. And if they couldn't make it on that at that time, the self-paced opportunity was the only alternative available to them. But now that anybody from any island, even on the mainland, and they're planning to buy here, could attend our classes. The frequency is more often, and then also in terms of it isn't limited to actually having it on island. So that's the reason why I have more participation.
Okay. Can you talk a little about the course content? I know it's 9 hours, but what are your basic blocks of information that you cover?
Sure. So the first half is about what you should consider before you embark on homeownership. So it's money management and credit in the context of qualifying for financing. That's the first half. The second half is actually about the buying process, getting a mortgage, what's the loan officer's job, a little bit about loan types, also about shopping for a home, what's the job of a real estate agent, the purchase contract, a little bit of details related to that. We also talk a little bit about homeowners insurance and the escrow process. So even if somebody only took our classes and nothing else from us, they would have a good high level overview about what I should think about before I get started, all the way to getting my keys.
Okay. Now, some of the government-sponsored affordable housing programs, do they have a component where they need to be educated in this homeownership program? And then do you give a certificate of completion so they can qualify for those affordable housing units? How does that work?
So it kind of depends on which government entity is associated with an affordable housing project. But for a few of them, they would require homebuyer education by a HUD-approved counseling agency. And we worked with a couple of developers because the curriculum had to be special, like it's specially designed for the individual project. So, for example, the Central Ala Moana was one, 803 Waimanu, the block, was another one that required a special class like that. And so we're able to fulfill that requirement for the government by working with the government entity, the developer, and a few other entities too. So we had like a guest speaker that was representing the lender. We had somebody come in that was actually going to talk a little bit about living in a condo, as well as some of the specifics to that condo project as well too.
Okay. I know that I've been a guest instructor for the real estate portion when you had live classes, which is great. But you talk about the benefits of homeownership as far as the family is concerned, and the children and their education, their, I guess, emotional stability, and also about helping with the community. So can you talk a little about why home ownership is so important to the overall general health of the family?
So before I answer that specific question, I will say that, there's no one thing that fits any given family, right? There's different home ownership or housing opportunities for folks, right? You had mentioned, sometimes renting is appropriate for a particular person, but for those who want home ownership, and they're they're going to be staying put for a bit, and that makes sense for them. I think homeownership can provide a lot of things. I mean, one would be stability. We just talked about that, right? Safe and stable place for you to put down your things, create family memories. There's a lot of benefits in terms of being able to stay put in a community. um, while I'm not living with my mom, we're both homeowners on our own right. I still am pretty tied to the community she lives in as well too. She went to a birthday party for her neighbors, and I still know most of the neighbors as well too. So that that community, it's not just a good feeling type of thing, but neighbors watching out for neighbors. There is safety. There's a lot of stability there for the actual neighborhood. They all take care of their properties because they're invested in their properties as well as the neighborhood itself as well. And there's some wealth building aspects to most homeownership opportunities too. So, I'd mentioned that for some folks, you might think, "Oh, it's time for me to buy a new home because we're outgrowing this one." Sometimes that particular home can be an opportunity for them to sell, earn some equity. They leverage that equity that they're taking out of that property because the home value has appreciated, and invest it into another property too, or for other means too. So there's lots of opportunities that are good for the homeowners immediately, but also for the future generations too. That equity that I talked about could also be used to educate their children, to pay for college, fix the home, make sure that they're maintaining their investment as well too. So I could go on and on. It's a few
And
things.
that's really good. So I know, how many people have you served now with HHOC? I know the numbers change every year, but you served quite a few people already, haven't you?
I would say people who have actually enrolled in our program, there's been about 6,000 that has come through in terms of households that have come through our program, and about half of them that we know of have actually bought a home. And 71% of the actual home owners were considered low income when they enrolled in our program. So I think that says quite a bit in terms of people having the opportunity to purchase a home of their own if they're financially ready for it and have the access to the resources that they need to make that possible too.
Now, when the interest rates were crazy low, it was easier to qualify. But in the last year, or actually almost year and a half now, with the federal government just jacking up the interest rates to the highest point in the last 20 years, is what they said. How do people cope with the higher interest rate and still try to afford to buy a house?
It can be very eye-opening and discouraging for a buyer who's actually got qualified at the low interest rate, say at 3%, and now it's over double that, because what you can buy or qualify for now, it's not what it was even a year ago. In terms of coping about that, at the Hawaii Homeownership Center, it really is about being financially ready, being mortgage ready. So when the opportunity comes up for you to buy that home, that you are ready to do that. Because I've met quite a few people that call up saying like, "Oh gosh, grandma's house is going to be for sale. I want to buy that home, keep it within the family," but they never did anything to be financially ready for that. So to go back to your question about people coping, it really is holding on and persevering and enduring, some of the ups and downs of the market, that they have to be committed to this goal for themselves. And, nothing is static. We just mentioned that the interest rate was something else maybe a year ago. It's going to be something else likely in the next few months as well too. So and those purchase opportunities that I just talked about, we have people calling and saying the family home is available. The family member is willing to negotiate the price to make sure it's affordable for them. So it really is about hanging on to that dream and, just waiting for the right opportunity for them.
Okay. Now, if you can address two things that come to mind. One is a down payment assistance program that the federal government has, where you pay just the interest only, principal only, and no interest, and then you get forgiven on the next 10 years or something. And then maybe you can talk about the mortgage credit certificate, if you don't mind.
Sure. So the first program that you talked about, it's actually implemented. It's federal money, but it's actually implemented through the city and county of Honolulu. So it's called the down payment loan program. So it is a loan, and you're right that there's 0% interest, and they only have to pay back the principal. It's up to $40,000. So it won't cover all of their down payment or their financing needs. So they still need to get a first mortgage, possibly with mortgage insurance. This down payment loan will cover up to $40,000 at no interest. And the borrower needs to come with 5% down payment. In terms of that $40,000 loan, it is 0% interest. And for each year that they pay on time and they're still occupying that property, there's a credit to their loan balance. So essentially, to just abbreviate and make it super simple, after 10 years of occupying the property, paying on time, they could actually have paid off $20,000 of that loan balance, and $20,000 of it would be forgiven. So $20,000 as a gift. But like I said, too, they do need to occupy the property. They actually check too. So the buyer might need to respond to inquiries about, do you still live in the property? And they need to respond to the government to make sure that the loan doesn't get called due.
That's amazing, though. You can get 20,000 forgiven, and you only pay principal and no interest.
Right? Yeah.
Who else can do that, right? Except
Nobody's
for people that go through, and they have to go through HHOC program of some sort, right? And get a certificate? No?
It doesn't actually have to be only us. Of course, we would like people to come to us, but they actually say the requirement is a HUD-approved counseling agency's homebuyer education program. But we're one of those type of agencies, so our homebuyer education certificate would count.
Great. So talk a little bit about the mortgage credit certificate now, what they call the MCC, which is another very interesting program.
So I'll say this too: the city and county of Honolulu's program that I just talked about, the buyer will apply for that when they get financing. So they need to make sure that they mention that to their loan officer when they apply for financing. The mortgage credit certificate is similar to that, needs to be applied for during financing, and the buyer would need to check and make sure that the lender is on the participating lender list, because there's only a number of lenders. There's kind of a long list though. They have a lot of options. But if they wanted to use this program that I'm about to talk about, they need to go with a participating lender. So the mortgage credit certificate program is actually offered through the state, our state finance agency, the Hawaii Housing Development Finance Corporation, HHFDC. I'm going to flip the acronym a little bit just now, but HHFDC is their acronym. So the mortgage credit certificate program makes it more of like, it can do a couple things for the buyer. So essentially it's, I'm going to do like a real high level overview of the program. So as homeowners, you can write off your mortgage interest. Basically, it's taking a portion of that and getting an income tax credit instead. You can still write off the other amount that you're not taking as an income tax credit under the MCC program. The benefit of having it as an income tax credit is reducing the taxes that you need to basically be taken out in terms of withholding taxes. And that amount that you get, that credit, you can either get it within your paycheck. So by adjusting your withholding taxes, you can get that money in your paycheck and help you afford that monthly payment, or you can still get it when you're filing your taxes in a lump sum too. This is the only vehicle that I know of, short of having, getting a raise or, working another job, that it can actually boost your qualifying amount as well too. So that MCC amount can be used by the loan officer to increase the qualifying income, which could also therefore increase the qualifying loan amount that a borrower can qualify for as well.
It's a little complicated. So with what Reina said went over your head. Talk to your accountant. If you go to the HHOC education program, you learn more about this. It's an amazing program. We get a dollar for dollar tax credit, and then the rest is now a deduction of your income. Nobody else does that except this kind of program. So we only have a few more minutes left, but I know the HHOC doesn't run on fumes and you need money. So tell us some of the fundraising programs that you have that the viewers can participate in.
Well, direct donations are always appreciated. People might send in a check or go to our website, donate online. That's definitely one. We have a few fundraising events. We just had our golf tournament last week. So that's our annual fundraiser that we do on the golf course. So we have sponsors that, if either it's a sponsor of the team, T sponsors a whole bunch of other different opportunities. We also have an annual gala called Flavors of Neighbors. It's currently scheduled for Monday, November 20th. That's also on our website as well. It's like a big party. We have a sign auction, live entertainment, food stations, adult beverages, everything. So you can check out the photo gallery if you want to see what that looks like. We also have an annual fundraiser. Usually it's for individuals that are interested and are invited by someone who's already connected with the Hawaii Homeownership Center. We call it Welcome Home, and it's a fundraising lunch. If you're interested in attending, you might not have been invited already, you can all reach out to us in general on our website, or you can reach out to me specifically. My name is Reina. You can ask for me, and we can make sure that you have an opportunity to attend. It's really a short program, 1 hour. You can check us out, learn more about our organization, and testimonies from our participants in our program as well.
I wish we had more time for a tearjerker story, Reina. Because as many times as Reina come to my real estate school and talked about the HHOC program, and then Dale Tome has taken over as the education director, Dale doesn't get as emotionally involved as Reina does. But Reina's actually shed a tear on a particular story, and she cries every time she tells the story because it's so heartwarming. So can you just give us a 1-minute version of what happened with the man with the stamp?
Oh my gosh. So we still offer foreclosure prevention counseling, but the first time we did this in the early 2008, 2009, people are coming in on Christmas Eve to get assistance. And so actually, this is actually the day after Thanksgiving. This man comes in and he asks, hey, would you be able to help me fax these documents? His counselor wasn't there. I was there with only one other person in the office. They said, sure. And it was basically he needed some documents sent over to his lender. And this is basically what it is. So if he didn't send these documents in, he might not be able to modify his mortgage, which is what he needed to be able to afford the mortgage payment and to be able to stay in the home that he bought with his hard-earned money. He was a hardworking man, single, he's very soft-spoken. And while I was getting all the documents ready to be faxed, he told me, I would have mailed these papers instead of coming all the way over here, but I didn't have the postage to send it. And so today, it just breaks my heart to think that this man did not have enough money for postage stamp to send these papers that were super important for him to be able to keep his home. And I wasn't planning to cry, but of course, I'm getting a little bit choked up as Abe talked about, because I remember his face. I remember what he was wearing. I remember what he looked like. And I just remembered, gosh, I pray to God that this man can keep his home because he's coming over here for help with us. And he was able to. And we've seen him a few times after that, too.
Thank you. And I can't thank you enough for giving us some insight. And let me finish with this story, because I've been an HHOC supporter on the development committee for I don't know how many years now, probably about 15 or 16 years or something like that. Okay. And so I love HHOC and the mission it has and about helping people to learn about, home ownership. So I get a guy that texts me and says, hey, I took the HHOC class online, and he's a techie guy. He says, can you help me? So he got his certificate of completion for the course. And then it says that he can only qualify for $125,000. Family of 3 plus him and his wife. So we found him something in Waianae. Okay. And 5, 6 years later, he calls me up and says, or texts me and said, hey, we can move up now. And I want to buy a house in Kalihi for $700,000. He moved up from $125,000 to $700,000 within that time period, but he thanks HOC for having started this program. So I'm a firm believer that you can get people to be a homeowner. So thank you, Reina. I really appreciate your time and effort. For those of you that want to see this video, please tell your friends. Also, tell your friends about ThinkTech Hawaii, because they archive all the shows. And if you want to know more about real estate classes, I'm at www.ableeseminars.com. And you can have information on the courses so you could be participating in the real estate program. So anyway, thank you so much, Reina, and have a wonderful week. And thank you so much, viewers, for being with us. Aloha.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill, or the greatest generation, or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him, or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail: The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy, were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed.
Hello, welcome to Quack Talk on ThinkTech. And hello, aloha from Hong Kong. I am in Hong Kong right now, very exciting to be here. And I'm connecting you with a conversation about Hong Kong from a voice from the past. I mean, when I say that, I mean because there are memories. Hold on there. Let me introduce you properly. I'm so honored to have a retired Governor Neil Abercrombie here with me because Governor used to be in Wan Chai, Hong Kong, and has stories about that. Now, I am not going to preempt anything. I just want Abercrombie to come in and share the reasons and how you got to Hong Kong, what it was like during that time, how you broke boundaries in that era in the late 60s, early 70s, and giving us context to a world that many of us don't know, because this old Hong Kong is gone and it's been exoticized. And if you don't mind me saying, kind of eroticized by images of like the world of Susie Wong, if that is anyone's context to it. So again, Governor Neil, welcome to our show, and so excited to hear your stories about how you ended up in Hong Kong and what you were doing there. Here.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I got to Hong Kong just about the time you were about 5 years old. It'll be about 1960. About 69, 70, right? So as a little child, and by that time I was just ending up my third year of traveling around the world, backpacking around the world with my buddy and lifelong pal and the best travel companion ever, Paquet Zane. Andy Zane.
Okay, wait, back up. So, because everybody knows your legacy as governor, working with, the politics for many, many years, and even at UH, getting your master's in, was it sociology? And
yes.
PhD in
my
American
master's
studies.
in sociology in 64. Then we, 60, and then I was a probation officer for 3 years in California in Marin County, San Quentin prison. Then back to Hawaii to team up with Paquet Zane, and we set off to go across the United States to the March on the Pentagon and the Kerner Commission on Violence in America in New York, and then on to Europe for 6 months.
Was your purpose to just do the whole youthful exploration, or was it a political motive because you were already into politics then to end up doing these boundary breaking events?
It was a combination, obviously. It's difficult for people now who did not experience the Vietnam War. I mean, for example, the war, one of the principal war we're focusing on at the moment is Ukraine, and we're all for it. 3 cheers. Let's back them up, kind of thing. But in the 60s, what it was the Vietnam War that we were all opposed to, and working every day to try and end, as well as now labeled the civil rights movement. Just yesterday, Martin Luther King's speech, the Reverend Martin Luther King gave a speech in Washington, and that was celebrated, if you will, just yesterday, and in remembrance. In fact, his son was speaking at the Washington Monument at the Lincoln Memorial. So that was the era. I mean, politics were everywhere, and there was a draft. That meant when you were 18 years old, you were likely to be drafted to go over and fight in Vietnam. So the immediacy of political activity was there in a very visceral way, 7 days and nights a week at that time. So
were you not of age to be drafted at that time, or is it because you were in the university?
No, because I was in my 30s by that time.
Okay.
And,
so you went to Hong Kong when you were in your 30s.
Oh yes.
Okay.
And that's that was also one of the motivating factors in us leaving. Was that if we were going to do it, if we wanted to see the rest of the world, if we wanted to see if the ferment we saw going on in Hawaii and the political ferment we saw going on across the United States was actually a phenomenon that was coursing across the world, we wanted to see it. We wanted to be a part of it. We wanted to not just observe it, but participate in it. So we thought, Absolutely. If we didn't go now, when could we? And it may seem, again, there's a bit of a surreal element to this, because we didn't have a lot of money. We backpacked. I mean, we got our motorcycle boots. We got our Levi's. I literally lived out of a backpack for 3.5 years. And
that's wonderful.
Believe me, I know how to.
I'm sure your hair was down to your knees.
Oh, well, that's the other thing. What we decided on, one of the things we decided, Paquet decided that, and I decided that we would grow our hair and grow our beards and not shave or cut our hair until we got around the world.
No, how could you?
I did it in 3.5 years. Paquet took 11 years to get back home.
Okay, well, you know what? That's another story, because I want to get you and Paquet together to have a visual storytelling for our next show. How about that? Yeah. But can we
need to get Andy? Yeah, we'll get Andy. We'll get Paquet, and we'll get together. And
I would love that. Let's do that with the whole photo. Your hair
among other things, Crystal. Among other things, he's an ace photographer.
Okay, great.
He's a wonderful photographer.
So we'll do that. We'll do a story journal next time. But today, with our limited time, let's come back to Hong Kong, because I am here now. And let me just give everybody a little backdrop of Wan Chai and Hong Kong. So again, I mentioned earlier that Susie Wong was the only marker of this place and era, which is kind of unfortunate, because it just really hypersexualized the image of Hong Kong, and that all the women were prostitutes. It was an impoverished place that was kind of saved by these white saviors, if you will, who came over, like in the movie, who came over and just kind of was enamored by this idea of the Orient at the time. Now, when you came over, let's talk about that. What was your first impression of Hong Kong, and how did you end up in Wan Chai, which all the brothels, kind of the nightclubs and girly bars, which they still are today? I wanted to tell you, still have some bars.
I'm ready.
But
I'm ready.
It's become a trendy place for young people
they have this thing called Wan Chai Wednesdays now here, where all the young clubbers who used to go to Lang Kwai Fong will go on Wednesdays to go for cheap drinks in Wan Chai. So it's still a thriving bar hopping kind of an area, but it doesn't, I mean, some of the like little girly bars are still there, but not to the extent of when you went in its heyday. So
That's right.
enlighten us. What was it like? What was your first impression?
Believe me, I wish I would. I almost said I wish I could say otherwise. I actually don't. But I was an observer when I was there. I was much less of a. Not, I was a participant observer. Let me put it there. More correctly, I was an observer participant, and I'll tell you why I said that and how I got there and why that is the right description.
Please.
In the midst, as part of this trick, yeah, there were some tricks, all right, about it, but this trek around the world, Europe to Africa, and including seeing our good friend Barack Obama Sr., whom we went to school with and at the University of Hawaii in 1959 and 60, and on then to India. And in India, I decided I was going to continue on through Asia and back to Hawaii, because I was going to start my PhD at the University of Hawaii in the fall of 1970. And Pake decided, once we got to Calcutta, that he was not ready to come home yet. So he backtracked from Calcutta back through Afghanistan, Pakistan, and so on, back to Europe, and became a very prominent participant in the fast lane life of Amsterdam for many years before he came back to Hawaii and began Antiques Alley over on Queen Street. Go over there, see Pake. Everything is there, Antiques Alley. He knows everything about it from his worldwide trip. So I went from from Calcutta then to Hong Kong, Tokyo, and then back to Hawaii. The reason
you did the East Asia part yourself. You were traveling by yourself at that time.
At the time, I left Calcutta by myself.
Okay.
For the first time in 3 years, but very reluctantly, believe me. But looking forward to getting back to UH in that fall of 70, in the fall of 70. Now, the reason we were able to do it, Crystal, because here I'm telling you, we backpacked around the world 3.5 years. How could you do that? Well, were we rich? Had we stolen money?
How did you fund it? Yeah.
I simply saved money. I did it for about $4,000, $4,000 or $5,000.
The whole trip? 3 years?
The whole year, because in those days, you literally could go to Europe, for example. There was a book by Arthur Frommer called Europe on $5 a day, and we did it. We actually
so this is the 60s, so give or take,
Yes.
I don't know what that is today, but
you could do it. Oh, today it's Europe on $50 or $500 a day, I guess. I don't know.
Hong Kong you can still do cheap. So let me tell me.
I want to explain something about it. On the road also, it wasn't just us. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of people on the road. Everybody read On the Road, Jack Kerouac, and so on. There was thousands of people backpacking, thousands of people staying in youth hostels, thousands of people staying in pensions all around the world, and all communicating with one another. There's no emails, there's no messages, there's no iPhones, there's nothing. It's all word of mouth and underground newspapers and people you met on the road who told you where to go, who to see. When you get to Berlin, here's what you do. When you get to so on and so forth, it's who you see. It was fabulous. People were good to one another. Women, there were thousands of women on the road, just like there were thousands of guys on the road.
Oh, really? I always thought it was going to be mostly male dominated.
No, it didn't work that way. You can say anything. People can say all they want about so-called hippies and the flower children and so on, but the ethos attached to that, the values attached to that, it pervaded the people who were traveling on the road. I suppose there were some people who were sociopathic or something that are out there. I suppose you can find stories of people who were assaulted or something like that. But believe me, it was rare. We met, and of course, part of the other thing was we were from Hawaii. We were from Hawaii. Here's Eric the Red. My beard, I say we made a vow not to cut our hair or shave our beards. So Paquet, of course, he's got a Fu Manchu beard because he could grow it for 100 years and it's only a little scraggly beard.
Yeah.
But he had the most magnificent, beautiful black hair cascading down
We
his
need
back.
these photos. We
Oh,
need
yeah,
these
you gotta-
photos. So
and
don't
of course
waste it.
me,
We're going to do that.
I
But
in 1962, I had gone to Lahaina. Just speaking of Lahaina now, it just broke my heart to hear what I went to Lahaina for the first Whaling Days contest. They had Whaling Days in Lahaina. I slept under the banyan tree and was rocking in a chair on the porch of the Pioneer Inn. I won the Captain's Beard contest in 1962.
That's great. That's great.
So my beard was like down to here, and my hair was I had hair on the top of my head. My hair was grown, and it was reddish brown. So I looked like Eric the Red, like the Viking, and he looked like Genghis Khan. And so the two of us walking along, they're thinking, who the hell are these two guys together?
So wait, okay,
no,
sorry.
Wait. So then we would tell them we're from Hawaii, and it was magic. It's magic. You know yourself, even in Hong Kong, you say you're from Hawaii, everybody wants to talk.
Yeah,
everybody's got a story to tell. Just being from Hawaii was automatic entree to meet everybody, to talk with everybody, to be invited everywhere. And so when I left, when I met people in India, one of the women that I met in New Delhi, when I was there, she had been with a Buddhist nonprofit in Vietnam, and she said, "Oh, are you going to go?" And I said, "Yeah, we're going to travel. I'm going to. I want to go to Vietnam. I want to go to Cambodia. I want to go to all these places, and then on back to Hawaii." She said, "Well, you can stay in my place in Cholan in Saigon." I got there and I got to Cholan, and sure enough, there was the apartment. I got it. She said, "And you got to go and stop and see the guys in the Forced Psychological Operations. John Steinbeck, the author's son, is there, and they'll love to see you," which I did. And they of course everybody was stoned. Everybody was and none of the GIs who were out fighting could stay in Saigon, because if they saw what was going on in Saigon, they'd have completely revolted. So everybody was stoned, and everybody went on R&R. Everybody in order to keep the GIs, most of them were teenagers, fighting. They gave everybody R&R, rest and recreation, and they all went to Hong Kong. Some went to Japan, but they all went to Hong Kong. So when I got there and met all these guys, they said, "Oh, you're going to go to Hong Kong. You've got to see Pearl. You've got to see all these English names for
the girlfriends of the sailors."
And they did. They wrote one another. They had letters from one another. They gave presents to them. I took presents. I took perfume. I took letters. I took money, and all in my backpack. And when I got to Hong Kong, then I went right to the address, and that's how I got to Hong Kong. I stayed with everybody who worked on the street, who worked the hotels, who worked the clubs, because I met half a dozen, or more than that, but there was about half a dozen who took me in. And
so you stayed. Wait. Let's clarify. You stayed at the brothels.
I stayed at the apartments of the I want sex workers, of the prostitutes. Yeah, but I'm not trying to be
no,
I'm not trying to be dainty about it. It wasn't like that. This was their work. This was how they were supporting their kid brothers, for example. This is how they were supporting their families. It's not like you're right. Hong Kong was poor. Let me tell you. In those days, there was the taipans. There was and the rich side of commercial side. But Wan Chai and Hong Kong itself, if you were female and you weren't born into a class that was prosperous and so on, let me tell you, it was tough. But the money that came into Hong Kong then through the GIs, because they spent everything. They didn't know whether they were going to be killed when they went back. And so they literally had girlfriends. That's what I wanted to say. Yes, they did. Prostitution was there, sex working was there, but the relationships that I connected with, the women that I connected with, they were the girlfriends of these guys. No, they maybe had 27 boyfriends, in rotation or something. But that's the way they thought of it. That's the way they thought of it, by the way. And that's the way the men thought about it. They were their girlfriends. I never heard a word of sarcasm or condescension or crudeness from any of the GIs that I connected with the women that they had. It was not.
But it was transactional, though, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
So they knew their place. They basically knew it was a short-term relationship. They wanted to both mutually enjoy each other. We're human in a place when the world is crumbling, and you want a little love.
That's right. And the ones who couldn't do that in Saigon, there were, believe me, this is not written up about. As I say, I'm working on a book on this of the GIs, and I met some of them. They connected with Vietnamese girls.
Yeah.
They connected with Vietnamese, and they went AWOL, and they went, as what people said, they went native in Saigon.
They stayed.
And they were all protected, and every GI that was there in Saigon protected all those guys. Never ratted them out. Never said where they were or anything else. And let me tell you something: the authorities. One of the reasons, again, that Vietnam was such a farce, and the lies that got told about it are incredible. The authorities didn't search for him. They didn't want to search for him because they didn't want that coming out. And it was interesting said that the media didn't. So anyway, that's how I got to Hong Kong. And that's where I stayed. Okay. And the way I earned my keep. Yeah. When I went to see him, I stayed. So I stayed in the apartments.
Yeah. So
and the girls would they be trying on dresses and doing makeup, helping each other, they're supporting. Like the one particular one where I stayed the most, she was taking her money. And she was supporting her teenage brother who wanted to be a musician. She was paying for his music lessons and all the rest of it with the money sharing. Now, reason I said I was an observer, participant observer, is my relationship with all of the girls there was as the messenger from their boyfriends.
Right. And that's kind of why you had the safety of being able to stay there, and you were just a neutral character.
Yeah, I was neutral, but and by choice too. Believe me. To me, it was formidable.
But wait, were you not attracted to any of the girls?
Oh, sure. Yes, I was, because I got to know them as human, as people.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
Yes, I was. But I had long since made up my mind not to. Only once was I ever in a position. It was a time in India where I thought, I wonder if I want to stay here with this lady. And but no, because they were professionals after all, and so it may sound strange. I was never stimulated in that sense. For a pretty good reason. What they asked me almost right away, they were very polite to me and so on. Oh, Neil, Jerry, he's my good friend. I'm so happy with him and so on. And I just wondered, maybe you could accompany. Would you like to go with me to a hotel, one of the big hotels and so on one day? And I thought, well, I said, but I don't have the clothes. I got my backpack and Levi. I didn't have my dress jeans with me, right? And so on. She said, no, that's all right. That's fine. I said, really? I don't know. And she's good. What is it? Shangsam, the split dress. I mean, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
It was a sign of the time. It was
talk
beautiful.
About, wait a minute. I'm sorry. People can talk about Susie Wong, Nancy Kwan and Susie Wong and so on. Well, let me tell you something. You got to be pretty cold-hearted or have something wrong with you if you run into Susie Wong and you say, oh, okay, right? I mean, it's impressive. So here I am in my leave. I washed my shirt, I kind of brushed my beard, put my hair into a ponytail and so on. And I go out and I thought, oh my God, how the hell will it even let us in the place? Well, what happened?
So you did go out. You did go out with the girls.
Yes. Almost every day.
Had them in their arms and took them out. Oh, that's so lovely.
You know why? Because they couldn't get into a hotel or the big restaurants without a male
escort. They had that in the film too.
they had to have a male escort, and I was a male escort. So I would go into the hotel with them, and of course they had their arrangement with the doormen and so on and so forth. But I went, and when I went in, I escorted them into the bar or into the lounge or wherever it was, and then I left because they were making their assignations and so on at that time, right? And so during the day, they took us over. Oh God, I would get the ferries over to, what is it, Lantau? What's the island?
Lantau
right?
or Lama. There's several.
Yeah, and all for the restaurants.
So you enjoyed the flavors of local food and all the local little side alleys and the ferries and all the stuff that was wonderful in that time.
I could go there. I was the only Holly. Every once in a while I see GIs. Clearly on R&R.
Only non-GI.
I was the only Holly because I was with the ladies knew everybody. They knew everybody. And wherever we went, it was, oh, hey, this and I was obviously the GI's contact for them. So we went everywhere, including the clubs at night. Oh, Crystal, come on. I don't know what they're doing.
You're talking still Wanchai. You're still talking the Wanchai district, or were there clubs in different areas?
No. We went during the day. We could go different places, because during the day they didn't dress up.
But do you think people, if you're not Holly, you're not a white guy, they wouldn't have treated you the same way?
Oh no. This was strictly because I was Jerry's friend, or I was Roy's friend, or I was John's friend, and I was their connection back to them. And they were happy. They were happy that they were remembered. That it was. I know it's hard to try to get across. Everybody has their dignity. Everybody. It was odd. And I suppose people could say, no, you're seeing what you want to see. You don't want to see the degradation and all the rest of it. But that's not the way they look at it. And I'll tell you, it's not the way the GIs looked at it.
Well, tell me this, because we only have a couple of minutes left.
Oh, sorry.
If you could give an impression, just paint a picture of something that was etched in your mind of that era, just present us with an image.
The image, of course, China was always on my mind. We had tried to get into China from Egypt, for example. We tried to get a visa. Everywhere we went, we tried to get a visa to go into China. And we never could get it. And when it got to Hong Kong, we went up to the border. We took day trips, up to the border and so on all around. And of course, you're dealing with Mao Zedong, you're dealing with the Red Guards, you're dealing with all this kind of context that's disappeared out of people's consciousness now. And I thought to myself at the time, and of course, I met British police, who ran Hong Kong, because they would go to these clubs.
Very colonial place.
Oh, there were clubs where it was kind of an unwritten. You've probably heard of this. It was unwritten that white men and women and Hong Kong folks could go to the clubs, and they were listening to Aretha Franklin or whatever it was, and dancing and so on and so forth. And then when they left the club, then it was back to
it's called the Kai-Tak Agreement, where actually a lot of expats would go over to a lot of Southeast Asian places and bring girls or go with, but there was the mum's the word. It was coded, it was called the Kai-Tak Agreement.
You're exactly. I didn't remember the phrase, but you're exactly right. And of course, I got into it, people, because I would come in with these gorgeous women, right? And I said, who the hell is this guy? Because I didn't have a suit, I didn't have a tie. I obviously wasn't one of the cops. I didn't say they were corrupt, but let me put it this way: everybody had a kind of understanding, right? And as long as the girls weren't hustling in the club and so on, then I met police lieutenants and colonels, and
You see, Neil, this is the brilliant thing about your position, kind of like occupying this liminal space. You were like, you weren't a GI, you weren't a local boy, or you weren't an Asian female who was susceptible to a certain type of work because of the opportunities at the time. But I want to say that you brought us pictures and portraits of a time that we really often don't get to hear. So I really, really appreciate this.
And it was very limited. It was very limited because it was limited literally to the Vietnam War time.
Right.
When that ended, it all ended. Now,
it's so
God knows what
complicated during
happened.
that time that you were there at an era that
Yes.
was so significant and complex and safe and dangerous at the same time. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
just love that you had that freedom and the free spirit to do this. And you broke boundaries back then, and you're still breaking boundaries being a regent at the UH system right now. I'm sorry we don't have any more time, but we're going to do this
Okay.
again.
Well,
Please,
we'll get Andy
come back
Zane.
and
We'll get
talk,
Pate
okay?
Zane. We get
All
Pate
right,
Zane
we'll
to
do
come
that.
back and
Okay.
we get the
Thank you
whole
so much
thing.
for your sharing.
You're the
Thank
best,
you.
Crystal. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Hello.
Shay Shay.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Eniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles, supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha everyone. We hope you will think about, and learn from, the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much, because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before, and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago, and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. and we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website. That's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got $10 million. Where would you put it?
In my sandwich?
Enough with the sandwich. To hide that kind of money, a fraudster might create a few cash-heavy legitimate businesses, like an antique shop or a hair salon. Once the money is placed in the salon, it's time to move to the second stage of money laundering, which is layering. Layering is the act of moving the money through complex transactions to make it virtually untraceable. So, at the salon, you might gradually slip the dirty money into the unregulated tip jar to commingle with the legitimate cash, so you can't tell the cash apart. The final stage of money laundering is integration, when you take that mixed up money to the bank. Once you've deposited the dirty money along with the tips into the salon's bank account, it becomes legitimate and untraceable, and spendable. Cash you could use to buy anything you want, including a sandwich. Understanding the basic mechanics of money laundering is key to knowing your customer and advancing the fight against real-life crime.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now.
Hello. Thank you for joining me on ThinkTech Hawaii. I am Shayna Park, your host for Money Talks. My guest is Ampy Champthong. He is an attorney that practices in estate planning. Welcome to the show, Ampy.
Hi, Shayna. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit more about estate planning.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're here to, share your expertise. And can you tell us a little more about yourself and, how did you get into estate planning?
Hi, local boy here. Grew up in Kalihi, graduated from Kalani High School, and then spent about close to 10 years at the university for varying degrees, and then ended up going to law school. I've been an attorney for about 12, 13 years now, and then recently became full-time in estate planning.
Oh, wow. And, what made you go into estate planning?
It just made sense in the areas of in my career in terms of working with families. I've been an advocate for families for a long, long time as a social worker, and we do work as well in financial education and making sure that families have proper protection. Part of that foundation of protection is about protecting your estate, in that we want to ensure families that work really hard is able to now exercise their liberties in making sure that what they work hard for goes to their families.
I think that is very important, what you do and the education aspect, because, we do work. I mean, everyone works really hard, but especially in Hawaii, we work really hard, to keep up with the cost of living and everything. And it's important to protect our assets. So, going into that, I know you have some slides and, can you share more about, my understanding is that a will is good enough. That's all I really knew about estate planning. And, yet I always see celebrities or, acquaintances get taxed or some sort of taxing that happens, when they pass away. So why is that?
Yeah, it's amazing. When I do presentations or workshops, education with families in the communities, and we ask that question of whether somebody has their estate plans, the majority of people, which is actually the minority of people, would raise their hand. Very rare do I even have 30% of the room share that they have their estate plans done. And then, yet those 30% that do raise their hands, when I ask them what they actually have, and they'll tell me they have a will. And a will simply is just not enough. And I'm glad that we have this opportunity to talk a little bit more about this will misconception, because you hear it all the time. At my last will and testament, my last I go, the will is not going to do what you're thinking that it will do. Okay, so
So right here, it says no estate planning equals probate. And that word is out there a lot, especially, more talks about too is when celebrities pass away. And if they don't have something in place, I always see that word probate. So, can you explain what is probate and how does that even tie into estate planning?
simply, probate is a court proceeding where if you don't have your things planned, your estate plans done, it has to go to court. The proceeding itself is called a probate, in that now the courts will appoint somebody called a personal representative. This person will be responsible to administer your estate. And then the issues with the the whole probate process is that there's a lot of drawbacks. And what that amounts to is the loss of control.
So why is getting an estate plan so important, regardless if you have assets or not?
You saw the recent articles that just came out with Aretha Franklin, right? Can you see the slide?
Yes.
And that was pretty amazing, that it took, I don't know how many number of years. I think it was about 5 years. And this goes back to what we had shared a few minutes ago when we talked about, like, what are the issues that come about when you now have just a will. So Aretha Franklin's story, I don't know if you heard about it in the news. Last week, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, the courts finally decided which will they were going to use. Okay, so Shayna, it kind of goes like this. So she had 3 wills. The first will that she had, she actually wrote it out. She signed it. She put it into a lock container, and then she placed it in her closet. And that was done in 2010. The next will that she did, which you see right there, is what she scribbled in a notebook in 2014, and then she had left that now in the seat of her couch. There was a third will that she drafted that actually was done with an attorney in an attorney's office. However, that will was not signed. And then now the wills all say different things. And then, when that happens, guess what comes next, right? The families fight. So all of her sons were fighting as to which will would be the valid will. And hence, when I share with you, like, why a will is not enough is, in that situation, it actually required the will to be probated, meaning it still has to go through probate court. And there's a lot of drawbacks. If you look at the will that the courts finally decided was going to be valid, was the one that they found in between the cracks of the couch, the cushion of the couch, which is this. Yeah. And if you look at it, can you make that out? Exactly what she wanted?
Not really.
So amazing, right?
And it's 5 years, you said, in order for them to determine out of the 3 wills, they went with that will.
Yes, that's how long it took. And these stories, we hear a lot about it from the celebrities, and so it makes it kind of like out of tune with what happens with all of our modest families. Um, Bottom line, if you don't plan, you don't do your estate plan, the state of Hawaii will do it for you. It's just going, what level of probates does it have to go through? And to avoid now, there's many drawbacks that I mentioned before, and it costs a lot of time, wastes a lot of money, and then in the unfortunate event, it may not do what you thought that you wanted it to do. As like right now with Aretha Franklin, we have no idea maybe what her intentions were, what her wishes.
And when you say too that it took 5 years for the court to come to its decision, do you know exactly how much, she had to pay or it came out of her estate during those 5 years?
I didn't see it for Aretha Franklin, yet there are many examples of celebrities that went through this process. That, again, a lot of money, are you talking in the millions to litigate issues dealing with, probates, and because of a lack of planning. Interestingly, these stories that come up that gets shown all over the news, I kind of shared this not too long ago with an individual, and he said, "Yeah, people fight," and my 2 points were, one, that there is many celebrities, many people that pass away that you never hear about what happens with their fortunes, what happens with their children, what happens, who gets what. You don't even hear nothing. Okay, the reason for that is because they did a proper estate plan. Now, the ones that we do hear about, like, for example, your Aretha Franklins, your Prince, the Black Panther, all these other ones that actually don't get planned is what is now highlighted in the news. And, and then we sit there in awe in how much millions and millions of dollars are wasted because the planning was not done.
Yeah. And now that you made that a point, I keep up with social media, and you're right. The only people I do see are the names that you actually named, because it's, it was a pretty big deal of how much money went to the courts. So what you're saying is that each year that it prolongs, each year you're going to have to pay, or it comes out of the estate. Is that what you're saying?
And I think more than the financial cost, the emotional burdens that it has on families, the strains. I've seen situations where families are forever broken because now there is fighting. And I don't think parents or even, grandparents or anybody that works so hard to accumulate this wealth in thinking that they are going to provide it to their children, their grandchildren, ever intended now for the families to be forever fractured. How many families do you know that actually says, yeah, this happened to us, this happened to this person's greedy, this person wants this person, and so on and so on. And I go, I don't think that's what was the intentions of any one of us, that worked very hard to accumulate our wealth.
Yeah.
So,
and I think, what you're doing, it's such an important job too, because it what you shared, it's all about education. And, what we don't know, we don't know. But with you, advocating and helping people out there, what you're saying, not only it saves money, but it saves a lot of emotional time and energy as well.
So when we talk about the will misconception, the two things that people should know, very simple. The first thing is, with a will in itself, it does not avoid probate. If you create a will, you still need to submit that will to probate. And when it goes to probate, I think we'll talk about this in a couple of slides. There are major drawbacks of why you don't want it to go to probate. The second will misconception that people needs to know about is that a will does absolutely nothing. Next slide, please. A will does absolutely nothing, okay, to help you when you're incapacitated. So incapacitated means that you are either physically or mentally unable, okay, to make decisions. In these situations, a will does absolutely nothing to help you. And then, as you know, in our work in financial education, a majority of us will go through some form of long-term care or being deemed incapacitated. In that situation, if you have situations where now your family needs to access funds to support you, a will not help you. You still need to go to court. You need to open up a conservatorship, and that's a whole different topic. Bottom line, very costly, take a lot of time, okay, and what a waste of unnecessary cost. So that's the two things that I want families or people that are listening to us to know. When they hear somebody say, I have a will, just know a will in itself is not enough in terms of creating your estate plan.
And a trust is important, is what you're saying.
It's one of, okay? In our work here at Estate Planning Group, the next slide, please. Our work in estate planning group is really to look at comprehensive estate planning. Okay? All of the documents that are required when you look at estate plan is intended now to avoid all of the things relating to unnecessary costs, unnecessary court interventions. And more importantly, the documents create that situation where you now exercise control. Like control in the sense that I want to do when I'm alive and well, the things that I've created for me and my family. In the event I become disabled or deemed incapacitated, that this will be used to, my assets will be used to take care of me and my family. In the unfortunate event when I pass away, I determine who gets what, when they get it, how they get it, okay? And all at the same time avoiding all of the unnecessary costs relating to whether it be taxes or legal or court intervention. So, yes, a trust, but the trust is, again, one of the 5 other documents that we say is necessary. And if any one of those documents are missing, we say you have a puka in your planning. And then when you have a puka in your planning, the potential issues with that is going to be probate. So
what are all the 5 things to ensure that there's no puka in your planning?
It would be a revocable living trust. Okay? A special type of will, which is a pour-over will. Funny because the last thing I didn't say about a will was that a will, when you look at estate planning and a proper estate plan, should be a safety net. Okay? A will should be something we hope we don't ever have to utilize as it relates to our assets. Okay? Meaning now, so it's this special type of will called a pour-over will, which again, only in the event that we did not properly fund our trust. There is the power of attorney. There is the advanced healthcare directive. And lastly, your HIPAA authorization, which is related to medical consent. So any one of those things missing, more specifically, when you look at your trust, the drawbacks for that is it potentially will lead to probate. The problem with probate and the drawbacks of probate is as what we've listed here. So some of the things I want to bring up. So you brought up the fact that, oh yeah, these celebrities spend this much money, this millions of dollars doing this and that. Okay? The reason why we know about it is because anything that's probated is a public process. Okay? So, when Prince passed away, we knew exactly how much of what his estate was worth. At the end, after I think it was after 5 years, 6 years, they said, oh, well, his estate is worth $150 million. We know that he paid over 60, close to $70 million in estate tax. We knew that of the 45 people that showed up to say that they were either his wife, his spouse, his children, or whatever else, they narrowed it down to 6. By the time it was all done, okay, 2 of them passed away. The 4 now we knew split up the 60 something million dollars that was left. And I go, that's a public process, right? Like people hear about it. And we talked about it earlier. He's not the only celebrity that passed away in the last 5 years that had a whole lot of money. And I go, why you don't hear about anybody else? Is because they did their planning. So it becomes a public process. You essentially will put a notice out, that says so and so passed away. Anybody, family, extended family, the general public, anybody that's in the area and wants to find out, can come and find out exactly who's going to get what, who you owe money to, so it's a big mess. Yeah. The other thing that I want to talk about when you don't plan, okay, and then now it goes to probate, is the laws and the courts will tell you who gets your things.
Which ultimately is not what the person who, passed away would want. So the court ultimately decides, if there's nothing in place, where the assets go, right?
Yes. The law is already, it's written in the law, and they have all the different scenarios. Okay. If I ask you right now, right, what is the divorce rate? Okay, step back. If I asked you, what is a nuclear family? What would you say that would be?
I have no idea.
No, a nuclear family, right? A traditional family is husband, wife, couple kids, okay, maybe a dog in one house, right? So it's husband, wife, and their children. That is a typical traditional family. That may be true about 20, 30 years ago. Today's type, if the divorce rates for the last 20, 30 years has been well over 50%, and people remarry for a second, remarry for a third time, okay, that's no longer your traditional family. Family makeups nowadays are blended. Yes. And the more blended your family is, the more the rules and the laws are going to be different if you don't plan. So we call this now, when it goes to probate, and there is no designation in terms of who will get your things, we call it intestacy. Okay. So the Black Panther passed away, right? And he didn't have his estate plans done. And so with regards to his estate, his wife and his parents ended up sharing his estate because they didn't have any children. And the rules now, even in the state of Hawaii, there is many things and many factors. Bottom line is you lose control. It may not go to, and worse yet, if you were the spouse that was supporting now, okay, like you as a spouse are married, and then you guys come from a blended family. You lived in your home for the last 20 years, and then your spouse passes away. Lo and behold, that property is not in both your names. Guess what happens then? If he had children that was not in the same, not the same children that you guys share, okay, and he had, children from a different relationship, okay, the rules would be so different, okay. In that now, if you look at assets, so in this situation, the laws just recently changed, but so you would get, let's say $200,000, and then now you and your spouse's children would split half of the asset. You've been paying mortgage for the last 20 years. Okay? The biggest asset you hold is probably what? Your house.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in Hawaii, right?
Now, imagine the scenario. Your spouse passes away. Okay. Then now the property goes into probate. Okay. You get, and forgive me, I just forgot the actual numbers. The laws just changed, and let's just say, for example, okay, you get the first $150,000. This is the old rule. Okay, and then now half would be split between you and then your late spouse's children. Your house today is worth $1 million. Okay, that child, those children that you may not even know about, live on the mainland. Well, this is actually things that happen fairly regularly in our office, okay, that live on the mainland. And then they say, where's my share? Okay, so in $1 million house, let's say now there's 8 after you allocate your 150,000, and let's say there's 800,000 left. That means 400,000 it will go to you, 400,000 of it goes to your spouse's children. Then the children get to demand and say, I am rightfully the heir to this $400,000 estate. Oh, Sheena, do you have $400,000 laying around?
Most not right now.
So guess what happens to your family, your property?
Goes to probate.
No, it gets sold.
Oh my goodness.
And then because the proceeds, right, as the heir, as the beneficiaries, as the heirs, you have a right to. And then if you, meaning you spouse, is not able to find the funds or the resources to pay me off, then now that requires you to sell the property, sell the asset. So very, very, to me, I go, it's a travesty. It's not like, it creates so many problems that can be simply avoided by just doing the planning.
And since you have been doing this for a while, what is the general cost of starting an estate plan? What does the process look like? I know each process is different depending on the individual, if they're married, if they have children, but generally, can you walk us through the process of how fast it'll take, what is the general cost of starting an estate plan? And of course, I know they can reach out to you, but yeah, can you share more?
Given what is the potential consequences in not planning, to me, the investment of being prepared and actually taking care of your planning will be astronomically much more beneficial than to wait. For here at our firm, our rates are from 1,800 for a single person to 25. Well, we have different levels of planning. Most of our families, will fall into either the essential or family type of planning. For a single person, it's 1,800 or 2,500. For a family, a married couple, it's 2,900 to 3,900, and that's flat rate. Now, if you want to really look at what does that translate to, let me share with you that the cost of probate, just to do a simple probate costs about $6,000 to $8,000 already. And when I say simple, what I mean is nobody fighting, there's no issues, and I go but yet the potential, all the potential things that could arise can make it much more expensive.
So, a simple probate with no one arguing, $6,000 to $8,000, and to just plan in advance and get, a proper estate plan. You said it averages around, 1,500 to around, 3,000 on the high end.
3,900 for a family plan.
And now, if it wasn't a simple probate and it went crazy, that is when we see. Of course, celebrities, they have a lot of assets, but that's when it just prolongs for a very long time. Is that correct?
Yeah. And it's funny you say that, because we see the millions and millions, and most, if not everyone, would say, yeah, but that doesn't, I don't relate to that. Okay? Like, I don't have that. I have one house. And I would argue it's much more important for all our modest families to do their planning, because the cost is the same regardless if you are ultra rich or you have you have one property, a couple of accounts. The cost to probate is the same. And I go, how much is $50,000 to a $10 million estate? A drop in the bucket. What is $50,000? And you have $300,000 to pass on to your children is very significant. So I would argue it's much, much more important for our modest families to properly plan.
And, when you talk about properly planning, you don't need to own, a house or anything like that. Everybody needs an estate plan, right? It's necessary. It's something that's really important. And regardless if you're ultra rich or, like you said, you have a single home, if you don't even own any property, you should still get an estate plan and the importance of everything that comes along with it. And I know you had one last slide to share, right? And is this your quote that you have?
I honestly believe that this is an exercise in liberties. So if you don't plan, as I mentioned earlier, the state of Hawaii will plan for you. So we need to protect, right, our privacy, protect the things, that we want to leave for our families.
I feel like whenever I have a conversation with you or, talk to you about anything in life, it's very valuable to me. And I end up, gaining lots of knowledge from you. And my biggest takeaway from today's conversation is that knowing less can cost a lot more. And, you just don't know what you don't know. So regardless, if we always, I see it all the time on social media of celebrities, but you don't have to be a celebrity where this wouldn't happen to you. You could just be, a regular person like me in Hawaii, and an estate plan is still important. So thank you for all your knowledge, Amphi, and, just taking your time out today to share with me and all of us.
It was my pleasure. Thank you, Shayna.
Thank you for being on the show. Hope to see you all at the next episode of Money Talks. I'm Shayna Park, a Gen Z inspiring lives of liberties. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled, If Voting Won't Fix It, What Will? We should be quite concerned about the direction of our democracy. Government's failure is a 5-alarm fire now. The rights we have had are being taken away from us. Protests and postings over Roe versus Wade, gun control, the environment and of course January 6th will not fix this. Pressuring Joe Biden won't do it. There are limits to his power, focus and leadership. And aggravating yourself about Trump's machinations won't help. Likewise, talking to your friends in the bubble, and echoing the opinions you hear on cable news, won't fix it either. Over and over again, they tell us that the only way to fix things is to be sure to vote, and frankly that means voting the Democratic ticket and against Trump and his co-conspirators. But in November, exactly how feasible and how successful will that be? Gerrymandering, voter suppression, and untrustworthy voting officials, as well as laws that would allow them to change the popular vote at will, are terrifying. These things lead to hijacked elections, disaffection, and complacency. It's happening in plain sight in a frightening number of states, and there's very little we can do about it. There are some limited bright spots where some bad guys might be indicted, but overall what has happened is so outrageous, so toxic that we don't want to think about it or spend the time finding an antidote to deal with it. For the most part, the GOP landmines are already in place, and it is not likely they'll be defused by November. As Jean-Paul Sartre said, the die is cast and the game is up, and indeed it really is. There will certainly be litigation about these landmines, but there's no guarantee of the outcome. That litigation will probably go on, with Trump-like appeals on everything they lose. And if our Supreme Court gets its hands on these voting issues, we already know what they will do. We have to run so many gauntlets before our votes will count, and before we can have a representative government again. A Democratic landslide is not likely, and winning without a landslide this November is not guaranteed at all. The only thing guaranteed here is chaos, and it's not clear what we can do to recover from it. The tools to recover, that is, the rule of law, civil liberties, voting rights, and freedom of expression, along with an independent media and judiciary, will have been further undermined by the chaos itself. We are witnessing the end of the great American experiment, and for that matter the great American dream. No one, not even the founders, anticipated this. We are in the proverbial calm before the storm. The reality will crash in on us in November. And in the January that follows, we will have even more impossible challenges trying to hold our country together. We can expect some life-changing surprises when these time bombs go off. We may have to rely on the distant hope that rationality, good faith, and honesty will somehow return to the GOP and the country, but that's a long shot. These are the times that try our souls, and make us want to migrate to somewhere else, far away from the madding crowd. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the US, and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know. All of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the Kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Welcome to the Sports Playbook, where we discuss solutions to issues that impact sports. I'm your host, Angela Hazlett, and today I'm joined by my co-host, Beth Piles. Today's guest is Winky Day, a former dragon boat racer and now a coach of Blind Paradragon boat racing team. Today we're going to discuss dragon boat racing, paddling the way. Welcome, Winky.
Thank you. This is Winky. How are you today?
We're doing great. We're doing great. I'm really excited to share with our guests a little bit more about dragon boat racing. And you have quite a bit of an experience in this sport. Tell me a little bit about dragon boat racing and your experience as both a paddler and a coach.
Okay. I began dragon boating after being introduced at a festival event through my work, part of the diversity programs. And it only took one race and I was hooked. It's part of bit by the dragon, what we call, or I get addicted to paddling. It's either the adrenaline or it affected your neurological system to the point where you just can't stop.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what dragon boat racing is?
Okay. Dragon boat racing actually can be back to over 2,000 years ago. It was originated in China, and the Chinese politician or poet had taken his own life. And there's a legend where the fishermen in the area quickly ran to the shore and began beating drums and splashing their paddles on the water to stop the fish and the evil spirits from consuming his body. They didn't want their beloved politician to be eaten by the fish, and they continued the sport in honor of him. And every festival, they do an eye dotting ceremony in his honor. Now it is a race, and it is sprint racing, and where the Chinese every lunar year they do this and race all the teams. It gets it's a team building experience. It can be historically thought of for agricultural purposes, where you could get teams together and then they would do the planting season for the rice, and that could also now be used as corporate incentives for businesses to build their teams to get programs done.
So it's interesting, a lot of history that's kind of been revived into more of a modern day type of sport. That is very interesting indeed.
Yes. It's very, very interesting to be part of it.
So you specifically coach a blind or visually impaired group of athletes who do the paradragon boat racing. Are there any athletes that are in the boat that are sighted?
They have different levels or different variations of the teamwork or framework for the paradragon division. They have what they call a PD1, which would be paradragon 1, is all of the members are in some way impaired. Now, they don't have to have the same impairment. It can be anything from hearing loss or eyesight loss or a finger even, or even PTSD, neurological problems. And then there is a PD2 division, and that describes where you have mixed unimpaired and impaired paddlers. And it's usually 10 and 10 in a standard boat. If it's a small boat, it would be then 5 and 5. And then there is the PD3, which would be all the same impairment.
And so that's really the key difference between paradragon and dragon boat racing is the level of the kind of the point system and the combination of impairments that are occupying a particular boat. The communication is really important during races. So talk to me about, how do you communicate? Particularly, it's got to have a lot of wind and noise. You have a drum beat to kind of keep the boat moving. And I'm sure there's a lot of shouting going on during these races. So talk to me about communication and how you are effective at communicating with people for both performance and for safety purposes.
Well, in the beginning, when we begin training these folks or what we call newbies, you have to, I deal with just strictly the blind paddlers, but we try to get them to do the same thing at the same time. And to do that, we have to introduce them to the paddle, how they feel. They have to feel it, and you have to explain the different parts of the paddle so that they understand that. And then you have to put them in the boat and explain their seating arrangement, that they have a sighted steerer and a sighted drummer, and that they give the commands for them to participate in the race. we also train many times before we take them out on into a race, because they have to know the calls for movements in any kind of a racing situation. You have different sections that you use in a race. Like we have starts, and then we have the body of the race, and then we have a finish. And they get to learn all of those. It takes several years to develop a very a premier level paddler, which we have successfully done with a few of our members. But every year you get a changeover because new people come in, so it's
right,
exciting.
which probably makes it a little challenging when you have new people coming in and you're teaching them the sport. Maybe some like you've gotten involved in the sport later in life, and that communication piece is really critical. You mentioned doing a lot of training beforehand before they compete, but even during training sessions, are there other boats on the water that you're looking out for that may sort of complicate the training session a little bit? I'm imagining it's not a closed course, correct?
No, you have boat wake, you have wind, you have challenges with the 12s, and you have to explain to them, or they can even feel it. They can feel a lot, especially the more often that they're out there. They understand what's happening. But it's just to know that they're in a boat. First of all, where they have to have their feet planted, and how they angle their blade into the water, how to get to their hands wet. Knowing where the blade and where the spoon or the bill of the blade ends, and where the shaft begins, and how they hold their hands at different sections of the training. We usually go through the catch, and then we give them the pull positions. We run them through all of those, and the exit, because if they don't exit at the right time, then they're going to throw the entire boat off. So it's very tactile.
Are there different strategies when you're coaching a team with such a wide emotional and physical spectrum, ranging between the ages of 12 and 80? I'm assuming there's got to be some challenges in there.
Always. Youth tend to be less focused as the elder folks, but even getting them to it's just more of a repetitive motion that you have to drill in. It's a lot of drills, but they'll catch on, and the more they do it, they grow into it.
Are there any specific challenges or techniques associated when steering the actual dragon boat itself?
Steering it? There's challenges when you have other boats next to you, or if they're coming towards you, you have to avoid them, but then you don't want to be out of your lane, so you have to stay in your lane.
Sorry, in 2011, there were 2 dragon boats that capsized during a race, and after they were trying to rescue the racers from the water, the police boat also capsized due to all of the panicking racers trying to climb aboard at once. What are some safety measures that are in place to protect the athletes in case any accidents or capsizing happens?
Well, actually, all of the paddlers must wear PFDs, especially when it comes to the impaired.
And PFDs, you're talking about personal flotation devices, the life jackets that they have to wear as part of the safety measures.
It's a safety measure, yes. Personal flotation devices are required at any festival. It's just what happens is if somebody panics, usually there's other chase boats that come along, but we teach them to stay with the boat. These boats will stay afloat, and we tell them they are to stay with the boat and not to wait for the crew to pull them out. We actually do some training within local pools where we get them, especially when people don't know how to swim or never been in water, even some of them. So we get them accustomed to floating in a PFD, first of all. And then we have people on the side to pull them out by their PFD so they understand how to react. And we do a lot of where they huddle together so that they don't float away. They stay with the boat so that they can be rescued properly.
That's pretty incredible that someone who may not be comfortable in the water or even know how to swim is willing to get on a boat, particularly if they're visually impaired. Or does that make it easier if they have an impairment? Maybe are they less frightened of the water at that point? What has been your experience of people who don't have a strong swimming background becoming a paddler?
We don't have that many capsizes or problems with in these races because of the professionalism there is involved. Of course, there will be accidents, especially if there's weather-related problems that happen, like currents change. You can start out at flat in the morning, and then in the afternoon you've got swells. So, and letting them know to don't stop paddling is one of the keys, is because that's when you become unstable. But if everybody keeps their weight to their side of the boat, it should stay up, and they can place their paddles in such a way that it will ballast the boat. We call it brace the boat. They put their blades flat on top of the water. There's a lot of terms that they have to learn and how to hold their paddles. They need to know how to draw, or like to pull the boat one way, or help out. If somebody slipped, if your steer slipped out, at least you'd have somebody giving you a call how to get them to maneuver the boat to a shoreline or someplace where they could be get someone else to help them.
I would imagine you probably have to consider weight on each side of the boat. Is that a factor in how you strategize organizing the athletes and arranging them on the boat?
Yes, we do. We do have to. We must. That's part of the safety also, is having the right ballast in the boat. And we have certain sections that we have to put the weight adjustments for the strongest paddlers and some of the lighter weight people, so that it just keeps it even on both sides and front to back.
But when you're practicing, do the athletes move around to different positions? Do you kind of try to audition them in different places and get them some experience?
They get auditioned throughout the season. It's more, we don't usually, and actually in a smaller boat, you want the weight up front. Because there's more of a bow, and more of a standard boat, you would want it more weight towards the center, and or the back of the boat slightly. It's just there's certain degrees, and we have a calculator that we use to adjust for that.
So there's math involved. I'm hearing you say you have to do some math as part of your coaching expertise.
Always. I said I get angry sometimes because when we set up a practice, and they've signed up to come out, I know what their weights are or general ideas, and I put them in a seat. And if they don't show up, I have to rearrange the boat to accommodate it.
Quite literally the balancing act of everything there. And let's talk about that a little bit. When people they sign up to come and to train, but these are volunteers, right? They're doing it because they enjoy it. And so you sort of have to be flexible and go with the flow as far as their schedules. How does that factor into how you're able to train and prepare yourself adequately for competition?
Well, it's a balancing act. We have to be fluid because you have to get them out on the water and make sure that they understand what they need to do and do their work. We often often had problems in earlier years because of transportation wasn't as easy as it is now. Now they have lifts and you have cell phones, whereas before it wasn't always like that. We had to use phone trees to make sure everybody was coming and calling them and scheduling it. Now it's done through apps where we have them sign up, and if they can notify us by a certain time, we can either rearrange the lineup or cancel out the whole practice because we don't have enough people to come even out. So we have to have at least 8 people, I think, in a standard boat to take one out, and probably at least 4 or 5, no, 6 in the smaller boat because it's easier. It's more tendency to be a little more tippy, I should say, than a standard boat.
Yeah. And you would need your drummer and your steers. So those would be kind of critical.
Yeah, we always have those set. Those are set. Those are our sighted people. Those are our volunteers. And we schedule it for usually the same day of the week or night, evenings. We do evenings and weekends, usually on Saturdays and Sundays and at least one day during the week.
So paddle boats are pretty large. How do you go about getting your boat to and from practices and races?
Well, most festivals promoters, they have the boats there available for you. So you don't have to take the boats, but we do take the equipment. Some of our paddlers have their own paddles. They've gotten accustomed to using different carbon fiber versus the old wooden type. They also we have their own. Some of them buy their own personal flotation devices because at these festivals you've got all of these clip-ons that aren't really just the right size for you. So they go out and get their own. You can use paddling gloves. That helps to avoid getting blisters or calluses if you paddle a lot. And we arrange to either carpool some of our folks, or at times we have to rent a bus to go someplace, or arrange airfare, which requires quite a bit of planning.
Yeah.
Even the transportation of those athletes to practice can be challenging. If they're visually impaired, they won't be able to drive themselves to practice. So is transportation to and from training an issue?
They currently just having, like I said, they use public transportation. We have to have a site that's pretty much accessible to a subway system, or they have metropolitan bus services that takes them to a particular location, and then we have volunteers that go pick them up. Currently, a lot of them have been becoming more self-sufficient and can know how to count their steps or where to turn, where they're located, so that they can get down to where we're located, to our paddling dock.
That's great. Do you ever have issues with the weather? Like, how do the weather conditions affect the safety of your races and your practices? Do you guys have a special way of monitoring that?
Well, if it rains, you're going to get wet. As long as there's not lightning and thunder. Now, if there's any thunder or lightning while we're it becomes like that, we have to get off the water immediately. And we usually will wait until you have to wait at least a half an hour between thunder or lightning that you have to wait until you can get back out on the water. But we don't like to miss many practices.
Yeah. Do you
So
guys have a
everybody,
special service that you use to monitor the weather, or like for big races and things? Are there specific people there in case of any type of bad weather?
they monitor the radar systems coming across the internet. They use NOAA a lot of times, and the marine forecast with radar. You have to be careful. Have to watch the tides sometimes. If it gets too high, you can't take them out or there's a lot of current or something like that. It makes it difficult to steer. So unless we have a established crew, you don't want to take newbies out in that kind of situation.
Mhm.
So we have it set up. We are in our app that if you sign up and there's a bad storm coming, like last week there was a tornado warning, so we had to cancel or postpone it for the next night.
Mm. And
So we let them know at least by an hour or two before the practice begins, because some of them have to start out an hour or two beforehand. So we have to let them know in advance.
Yeah.
and that might be sufficient for like a training exercise, but what about in a competition where people have to be there early, get on the water early, maybe be staged and ready to go? I would imagine it would be pretty complicated to call everybody back in off the water. What are the protocols if weather kind of comes up and is unexpectedly disrupts the competition?
It is still the half-hour rule that they go with, but they do in nationals. We're in Tampa, which is the lightning capital of the world, I think.
Yes.
They would call you off the water if they know. I mean, they're really hooked into the weather systems that come across there, so they know if it's coming, and they'll stop the races and then hold it until they know that it's clear. Because a lot of those storms blow through and they don't stay there. But it depends on, it varies from area to area, and it's just a club ruling or like I said, the festival promoters, they have to make these decisions. A lot of times they'll take, if it is a race and they have to cancel after the second heat, they'll take and average out what everybody's times were and award the winners from those their first couple heats. So not always cut and dry, but it's the best, if they know that they have a timeline, they can't continue on the next day or something like that.
Absolutely. So, Winky, I'm curious. This sport has a long history behind it, but I'm curious what you see as the future for dragon boat racing, para-dragon racing. What do you see for the future? Any kind of emerging trends or developments in the sport that we should be aware of?
Well, they have considered, they have their own championship races, and then they have world championship races. And it really depends on if they did want to continue to try to bring larger groups, like having a standard boat versus a small boat, or having two clubs having both teams or team members on both a standard and a small boat, rather than just go to like a 12-man boat instead of trying to do 20 or both 20 and a 10-man boats. So if anything, I think that they will probably make a specific size and go with that if it gets really big. Fortunately, it's not, I mean, it's all over the world, but I don't think that everybody's ready to give up, their specialty. Some people do better in small boats and some people do better in the large boats.
Sure.
Larger
So maybe some
standard boats.
efficiency or common ground, and I imagine that'd be easier to coordinate in the long run. Well, Winky, thank you so much for your insight into dragon boat racing, paddling the way. We thank you for your time today.
Well, you're most welcome. And I wish I had a specific answer for everything, but it's kind of where it's constantly changing, and your team changes because your ages and backgrounds come into effect. We have become a more competitive team, whereas we started out just as festival teams in our club. So it's really
It makes
nice.
it for an interesting sport when there's a lot of diversity of people participating. So thank you for your time, and thanks to my co-host Beth Piles today. Thanks for being here. And thank you to our viewers for joining us today. We will see you next time on the Sports Playbook.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is about an extraordinary interview of Mona Charan. The interview was done on PBS Frontline and can be found on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com and search for Mona Charan, Frontline PBS, Lies, Politics, and Democracy, and you can find it and take a look. Mona Charan is a political conservative. She served in the Reagan White House. She is an outspoken, award-winning columnist, journalist, radio and TV panelist and political commentator. She has written a number of best-selling books on political and foreign policy issues. Interesting that the PBS Frontline interview tracks on things we have often discussed in our Trump Week talk show, on the rule of law in the new abnormal, it's time for responsible change, and on our American Issues Take 1 and Take 2 shows, and validates many comments made on these shows. The comments of Mona Charan resonate on many things we have raised and concluded in our ThinkTech talk shows on Trump's machinations and destructive effects on the country, and should serve as a warning about allowing him to hold office again. Charan is a highly articulate, candid and well-informed commentator who cuts right to the chase and tells you in no uncertain terms what has happened as to allow Trump to become president, corrupt the government and divide the country. In this no-holds-barred interview, she connects so many dots that haven't been connected. We haven't yet figured out exactly how Trump could grow his power, and how he could unhinge so many people against their better judgment. She helps us do that. From her, we learn how Trump increasingly corrupted so many public officials, how he got so much coverage of his lies in the media, and how he damaged our relations with our long-standing allies and sucked up to brutal autocrats. Scariest of all, she covers how Trump brazenly undermined our democracy and the liberal world order, how profound the damage has been and the very likely possibility that we may not be able to repair it in the years to come. Her comments in the interview were thoughtful, well-founded and straightforward. They were based on her experience in government and in observing and commenting on what has happened in government, making her conclusions all the more authoritative and persuasive. It seems clear from the discussion that the country is vulnerable and our democracy is fragile, and there are loopholes and flaws in our Constitution and system of laws and protections that unprincipled people like Trump can take advantage of and use against us. Suffice it to say that it's important so as to understand how Trump turned the Republican Party inside out, how right-thinking officials and others had multiple inflection points at which they could have stood up to him and stopped him, but they squandered those opportunities. Charan, an astute political observer, identifies a number of those inflection points. She helps us understand why the people around Trump become complicit, right down to the insurrection and the incredible non-reaction of the Senate in the second impeachment. She points out how Trump also frequently shot himself in the foot, and that were it not for his gaffes he might have won in 2020 and for that matter in 2024. It's actually quite terrifying to listen to her recount these possibilities. She also points out that had Trump been impeached and removed in the first impeachment, the country would have been spared from the indignities and agonies that have followed, and the threat that he or his acolytes might still be elected to high office. She makes it clear that the Republican Party, and especially Mitch McConnell, should be blamed and shamed for supporting Trump in 2016, for enabling him during his presidency, and for failing to take any action to control him when they had so many chances to do so. She points out that McConnell's view was that it was the responsibility of the Democrats to get rid of Trump, even though the Republicans could have and should have done that. She reminds us that the Republicans have never accepted responsibility for Trump or what has happened with Trump in office, even now. Beyond that, Charan says the Republican Party has blackened its name forever, and given what Trump has done, and the damage he has done to the country and the confidence of the people in government, the Republican Party should not be supported again. She says Trump and his acolytes, for their own purposes, intentionally undermined the trust of the public in our elections. She explains that if the public does not have confidence in the elections, that inevitably invites decisions by violence and thus the end of democracy. She says Trump has bequeathed to us a democracy that is damaged and wobbly, and that it will be a great challenge to restore public confidence in our democratic system. She did not mince her words on this, or anything else. In short, you really have to watch this extraordinary interview with Mona Charan for yourself. You have to hear her views of what has happened and what is likely to happen now. You may never hear it analyzed and presented so well. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him, or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the President or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine is a war crimes war of savage attrition. We should all be worried about it. Putin continues, making it a siege, a war of attrition, a genocide war without end. Like other autocrats, and not unlike his friend Trump, he is willful, driven, persistent and relentless. He certainly hasn't withdrawn, and is determined to pursue his outrageous invasion of Ukraine's sovereignty. He has made himself commander and is still sending his Russian teenage neophytes in to do atrocities. He continues in his missile and tank attacks on civilians, syncopated by his hacking of everything left there. He continues in his war crimes while we wait for the war crimes trials that could stop them. He continues in his threats to neighboring countries that help Ukraine. And all the while he is ignoring and largely evading the sanctions. He's still getting rubles for his gas and oil from Nord Stream 1, China, India and other dependent acolytes. He still elicits loyalty from countries in Africa and Latin America, and his friends in the Middle East, like Syria and Iran. Don't forget Viktor Orban in Hungary, an autocratic thorn in NATO's side, delaying the applications of Norway and Finland. And of course, Putin continues in his Orwellian brainwashing of the Russian people themselves. While the world suffers and literally starves, Putin continues in his daily efforts to wear us all down. The refugees continue to stream out of Ukraine, putting a burden on all of Europe. Some Ukrainian fighters have had enough, and are leaving. Some American and EU fighters who came to help are losing their enthusiasm. Others are being killed, captured, and/or brutally deported into Russia. Putin's adventure is going on for months now, and his strategy is to tire us out. All of this stresses the will and determination of Ukraine and the coalition. Predictably, the news cycle moves on and the outrage at what Putin is doing is getting old. The coalition worries instead about oil prices, inflation and the threat to their economies. They forget that the price they are paying is the cost of protecting themselves and the liberal world order. Unfortunately, many in the US are focusing on gas prices and returning to thoughtless nationalism. Sorry too that the UN is completely ineffectual even in the face of this continuing crisis. All of these factors put pressure on Volodymyr Zelensky to settle, but Putin will never settle. With his war of attrition, Putin has taken 20% of Ukraine and wants much more in and beyond Ukraine. He is not about to stop. We should not weaken in our efforts to support Ukraine. They are doing our global moral work for us. Be strong, Zelensky. Be strong, Eastern Europe. Continue in your courage. Glory to the people. Glory to democracy. Glory to Ukraine.
Avoid legal action.
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha, I'm Joshua Cooper, and welcome to Cooper Union, what's happening with human rights around our world on ThinkTech Live, broadcasting from our downtown studio in Honolulu, Hawaii, in Moana Nui, Ikea. Today, we're looking at education for full development and to promote peace. Article 26, the right to education for all. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides the power of ideas to initiate change in the world, and the UDHR outlines the opportunities for a new direction rooted in inherent dignity and inalienable rights for dynamic, sustainable development and social democracy. Article 26 is the core of economic, social, and cultural rights in the UDHR, and I'm so honored to be joined by three legends of learning who are involved with human rights education around the world. And I'd love to begin by asking, why is this issue so important to you in international law? And what inspired you, Nancy, to first get involved with the human right to education?
Well, once upon a time, a long time ago, I was a classroom teacher. I was an English teacher in a high school in California. Loved it. And in my private life, I was an activist with Amnesty International. And really the two, it was kind of a professional schizophrenia. The two did not meld at all. And in about 1984, I was asked to go to a meeting. Amnesty International USA was thinking of starting an educational program. And they invited, I think, 10 or 12 educators, a couple of professors, some elementary school teachers, a bunch of people who were Amnesty activists in the field of education in their professions, to sort of consult how would Amnesty best have an education program in the United States. And this is true. I went to the bathroom and I came back and I was the National Education Director for Amnesty International. And it was perfect timing for me. I had just sent all my kids off to college. I didn't have to serve mothers dinners every night. And it was exciting because it hadn't been done before. There was no precedence. And I had been doing activism with Amnesty, so I knew something about human rights. And my other skill set was I was a teacher. Been a teacher for 20 years. And suddenly those two things fit together in a way I had never even imagined. In fact, the first time I was asked to go to that meeting, I said, human rights education, what is it? I never heard of it. But in that particular time, and this was in the 80s, we had to figure out how to do it. Who were our allies? We didn't know if anybody else in the United States was doing it. And how did we find allies and make programs? And at the beginning, there were really no resources, no curriculum. So it was really pioneering in a very exciting way. And to build on that was a great learning curve for me. And we were given a wonderful group to work with of other educators. So, a lot of times when you build it from the ground up, you can't help but not only be excited about it, but also learn tremendously. So that's how I got started. And after that, the other timing that worked amazingly for me was that about the time I had finished my stint as the Amnesty USA Education Director, the Soviet Union began to break up. And a lot of countries were pulling away from the kinds of socialist Marxist curriculum that had and wanted to insert something they thought, let's call it democracy and human rights. Only they didn't have any books or teachers or programs. And suddenly they needed consultants from different parts of the world to consult about that. And the rest is history. So that's how I got started.
Mahalo, and thank you so much. And maybe, Sandra, you can share with us how you started serving up these meals of meaning and showing how education can make a difference.
Sure. So I grew up on Long Island in New York, and my family often spoke to me about human rights issues, even as a child. And I came to learn that the education system was funded through property taxes. And I had friends in neighboring towns, and I could see that the quality of education was different. And so I got it in my head as I started to grow up that I wanted to work on changing the education system, how it was funded so that everybody received an equitable education. This idea kind of changed in different ways as I grew, and I ended up going to college and then getting my master's in human rights. And I wasn't really thinking about working on the right to education, but I think the idea was always inside me because I ended up working with a group of women to found an organization called the Advocacy Lab, where we brought human rights education to New York City public schools. And with that organization, we had started going in, we were actually started by volunteering with Human Rights Watch to go in and do one-time presentations. And there was such a demand from teachers and students to learn more, to know what they could do to advocate for human rights, that one-time visit turned into a year-long program where we started by bringing human rights knowledge to the students, and then they chose an issue that they cared about and did a human rights campaign on that issue. So I was really inspired by the high school students that were joining protests, doing art, school assemblies, going to meet with their congresspeople to advocate for human rights. And I just felt so inspired by them, and I really wanted to take this further. So after about 10 years, I then went on into academia, where now I get to teach and do research and work with high school students, college students, and teachers. And right now I'm lucky to be at the Human Rights Institute at the University of Connecticut, which has one of the largest, I think, assemblage of human rights professors in the country, if not the world. And so we get to do a lot of different human rights initiatives to promote human rights education, to promote the right to education in Connecticut and globally.
Thank you so much. And I think we can do some great partnering with Chaminade as well with that angle. Moving on to Christy, why do you think this issue is so important in international human rights law? And what first inspired you to care about this issue and some first campaigns you were involved in?
Well, I remember back in fourth grade, I think specifically when we were learning about slavery, and I was definitely inspired by Harriet Tubman and this notion of both injustice and the courage that she had working on the Underground Railroad. And later in high school, I was from Golden Valley, a town here outside of Minneapolis in Minnesota. And our school merged with another and then another. And out of that time, we ended up facing some anti-Semitism that I think raised my awareness substantially around people being treated unjustly. And so we created a human rights task force in the school of community members and teachers and students. And so way back in 42 years ago, I guess I was the first inkling into this human rights sphere. And then I went on to college and was fortunate to travel and study abroad. And in that experience, I was able to really understand racism in our own country at a much deeper level through the racism that I witnessed in France at the time. And I was talking with a Dutch family friend who said, "Oh, why are you thinking of international business? Have you ever thought of international human rights?" Which was the first time I heard that. And he said, "Have you ever thought about working with Amnesty International?" And so upon my return to college, I started an Amnesty International group at Lawrence University. And I think within a couple of years, I fortunately connected up with Nancy Flowers. But in that time at college, I also was working with in prisons and with individuals who were coming out of the correctional structures. And so that too has teaching parenting classes in prison for fathers and then mothers and children helped me try and think about how can we really apply human rights learning in non-formal settings as well. And I did, I was very fortunate to work for 27 years co-directing the University of Minnesota Human Rights Center and worked on a lot of different campaigns. And I met you. Thank you.
That's very great. And I was just on an event this morning on human rights cities and local government and saw more people from Minneapolis sharing their story early this morning. So it is exciting to see how human rights education really has evolved. How it went in many ways from ad hoc human rights with Amnesty International, smaller sessions, Human Rights Watch one-time events and larger ones, and to see where we are now. Nancy, can you share with us in a way how you have actualized this article and what actions you're currently involved in to promote and protect the human rights to education?
As I mentioned earlier, there was this conjunction of events which included the dissipation of the Soviet Union. And there suddenly in Eastern Europe, there were all these opportunities. And they led to, at that time, this is now the late 80s, early 90s, there was lots of opportunities. Several other countries were developing new constitutions, Ethiopia, Thailand, and the school system wanted to, and both of those, for example, had new bills of rights, which included human rights, and their school systems wanted consultants to come and think about how to promote the human rights aspect of their new constitutions. What I'm really saying is that one thing led to another. Another example is when, after the Oslo Accords, Palestinians got control of their own schools, they were very eager to insert human rights education. So for many years, I was doing that work that I loved, but I was doing it in somebody else's country. So about 15 years ago, I thought, I was getting older. I didn't want to travel so much, and I wanted to work in my country. And working with others such as Christy and Felisa Tibbets, who is I think in South Africa today doing more human rights education. We thought maybe we now have a critical mass. We knew there were people here and there across the country doing human rights education, but they weren't connected. And that was the beginning of Human Rights Educators USA, a network to bring both educators of all kinds, not just teachers in schools, not just professors, but also people working in NGOs, eager to teach people about their human rights. So the last 10 years, my work has been to try to work on my country, in my country, and with my countrymen.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Sandra, can you share how you actualized the article in different ways that you're involved with? It actually was exciting to hear about the work you've been doing in New York and now in Dayton and around the nation.
Yeah, so now I'm working at the University of Connecticut, and I've had this amazing opportunity. I'm the director of a program called Human Rights Close to Home, and it is one of, bless you, it is one of Dodd impact programs at the Dodd Center for Human Rights. And so this is a program that it's a multi-year human rights education program for K through 12 teachers across all different subjects and high school students. And they learn together in a summer institute and from each other about human rights and civic action with the goal of strengthening democracy in this country. And so after the summer institute, the teachers integrate human rights into their curriculum, whether that's math curriculum, kindergarten curriculum, science curriculum, choir, you name it. And then the students plan a civic action project that they do in their local communities. And so we support them in the summer through the Summer Institute, and then throughout the year, we support them in actually implementing what they learn. And I have to say, this program wouldn't be possible without Senator Dodd and funding from Sherry Redstone and the Redstone Family Foundation. We have one of the most robust human rights education programs in the country right now, and an amazing team working at the University of Connecticut to make this happen. And I'm hoping that programs like this can be replicated in other places. And I know that there are some programs going on in other places around the country. So I think human rights education is really growing in ways that, I'm so happy to see. And I just want to talk about one other program that I'm not part of, but I did research with a couple members of this organization. It's called Hearing Youth Voices, and they work to end systemic racism in education in New London, Connecticut. And it's run by the young people themselves. And so I worked with two young people, Taylor Santiago and Zariah Ramos, who were members of Hearing Youth Voices. And they have done amazing things. They were part of an initiative to get African American and Latino studies into the curriculum. It's now offered, it has to be offered in every high school as an elective in Connecticut. And so they've done some really great work. And so we did research together to learn how being part of a movement like this really affects the young people who are, doing the work. And so I get really inspired by them and the work that they're doing, the change that they're creating.
Thank you so much. And really, you point out something we know here in Hawaii with one of our proverbs of makahane ka ike, that is, in the action, that is where the knowledge is. And that's what's so exciting about human rights education, because you ask students to leave the classroom to get involved in the community, but then also realize how much they have in common with the global civil society. Christy, can you share with us a bit about how you actualize the article and what actions you're involved with to promote and protect the right to education?
Or I'll reflect back about another 30 years ago when we launched a mock trial of Christopher Columbus as part of our human rights education initiatives. And it was held at the state capitol. And so we were really looking at how do we reflect on what we're teaching in the classroom, and how are we really trying to end a lot of notions of whether it's white supremacy or, you know, the Eurocentric models of teaching. And so through that process, we ended up, I guess, expanding a program called the Partners in Human Rights Education, which modeled similarly to Sandra's, where we had community leaders and lawyers working with teachers in the classroom. So we really encourage that team approach, so that it supports educators, so that you can then have community leaders really engaging with young people, and then young people are able to bring it back into communities. So after running that program for a number of years, we were approached by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights to create what I think is the only statewide K-12 human rights curricula that was developed with educators in the field. And that's called This Is My Home, Minnesota Human Rights Education Experience. But in that, it really helped to raise a lot of awareness, as well as trying to really think about what does this look like as we roll it out. We had a 50th anniversary. Now we're coming up on the 75th anniversary of the UDHR. So many of us were involved in a program called Human Rights USA, bringing human rights home, and really trying to both think about how does this apply in civil society and human rights, and what can we do. And out of that, a number of networks were formed, including the Human Rights Educators USA network. And what we're trying to do, just a few examples, is we have a new youth award that Nancy is actually the coordinator of, a youth award for human rights, that the nominations are due October 1st. And we hope to really uplift and a lot of our young people who are doing amazing work. We have fellowships, so we're really trying to figure out how we can mentor others, young emerging leaders in this work, as well as then how do we create stories like what you're doing here, Josh. I think it's really important that we really gather the wisdom from leaders, and that we figure out how we can ripple it, whether it's through we have a new Human Rights Education Now podcast that we're really excited to roll out. So check it out.
Mahalo. And we look at Article 26, it really does focus on education be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. And education also promotes understanding, tolerance, and friendship among all nations, racial or religious groups, and shall further the activities of the UN for that maintenance of peace. Nancy, can you share a bit in a way of what is the vision for the future of this very important right?
It is such an important, of course, when you talk about the importance of any one right, you do not ever want to suppose that one is more important than the other. We cannot do without them all. But this is the right to an education, and not just to be learning and reading, writing, and essentials. But, for example, in the realm of women's human rights, we know where women are educated, children are more healthy. Children are more educated. Where women are not, the reverse. I mean, where the possibility of actually doing those things that it promises in Article 26, especially Part 2, the full development of the human personality. That is such an inspiring idea. And speaking now as a former teacher, that each student should have the right to be a student, and also the right to not just become literate, but the right to fully, if that student is able and wants to realize the full education he or she needs. For example, in our country, going to college is a very, very expensive proposition. It's not available to everyone. That Article 26 suggests it should be, that everyone should be able to be educated to the degree that they are capable or desire. When you think of the kind of college debt that many people cannot marry until they're almost 40 because they've got college debt. It's the kind of issue that Article 26 is just one corner of it, but it is especially, and again, I want to focus on our country, the United States. That's one of the major things. Also, one other thing is that the way our educational system is structured, not just state, we don't have a ministry of education. Every state is in charge of its own education, and every school district has regional autonomy. And therefore, certain topics are forbidden, as we know, in certain states. Not to pick on any particular state, but in several southern states, if you teach scientific evolution for 3 hours, you must teach creationism the same number of hours. It's required by the state law. So you cannot take states' rights away from them, but there is an inequity in what people are allowed to learn or to have access to information. Again, another right of the child is the right to information, which is not always but it's very much part of Article 26, but not always realized. So lots of work to be done.
Absolutely. It reminds me of the work we've been doing under the UN Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination and the CERD Convention. That's so important. And Article 7 looks at education as well. Sandra, can you share with us a bit of your vision for the future of the right?
Yes, and I think it relates to what both you and Nancy have been talking about. I think about the right to education being advanced for all in the future, and the right to equitable education, but not just any equitable education. We know that there are some major human rights violators that were very well educated, or highly educated, but I think that's where human rights education comes in, because you think about the type of education that can instill treating people with respect and dignity and with kindness and caring for each other. And so I've done some research on human rights education in different places around the world, and I was really hoping to find a robust human rights education program that I could study and learn about how it affects the people who are participating in these programs. And there really is a long way to go. Even though we've made some great advances, human rights education is really lacking in a lot of places. So my hope is that human rights education can really expand so that everyone can have access to it, and that we are sharing the type of education that really can ensure that everyone's treated with dignity and respect and with kindness.
I appreciate both of your comments and really showing the intersectionality of all these 30 UDHR articles. And also, as we look at it, we have the climate crisis, looking at evolution of these rights, which we see through the general comments drafted by these committees, and also the jurisprudence by these committees as actually developed, as well as the special rapporteurs have been also fascinating. Chrissy, can you share with me your vision for the future of the right?
Well, I think the right is both the right to education and the right to human rights education. And I would say human rights learning. So I think that what we need to do is, oftentimes when we say human rights education or education, we think of very much a formal education structure. And I think it is formal, but we have to bring in the relational components to the classroom, to the learning process. And so with the World Program for Human Rights Education, they really talked about human rights education being about, for, and through. And so that through is really the dynamic relationship of, how are students working with their families, with the teachers, and what are we doing in terms of kind of moving this right forward toward the future. And I think that learning angle kind of opens up the fact that we really need to be listening to different ways of knowing and respecting different ways of knowing, whether it's the indigenous leaders that I feel very fortunate to have been have learned a great deal from, who are with the International Indian Treaty Council or other movements. And I think those leaders are the ones who can help to really understand the interconnections already, as you've mentioned, of environment and human rights, sovereignty, self-determination. So I think we have a lot to learn together, but I think hopefully through case studies, we can learn and really help others think creatively about how we can move this right forward.
Very true. And Indigenous have definitely inspired me in the decades of work as well to see the world through fresh eyes. And we can see now, as we're decolonizing education, also decarbonizing the larger environment, how we have to work with everything and pull that together. And the UDHR Article 26 demands everyone has the right to education, noting it should be free, and that technical and professional education, also generally available, and higher education, as Nancy was sharing, equally accessible. In our closing moments, maybe Nancy, you can begin. What countries or what models have you seen that are the most inspiring and impactful at the international that we can maybe look at to do here better?
Well, speaking and connecting to Article 26, it's not just about schools and students. One of the things that I had to learn was how important but how dynamic it is for adult educators. And truly, you realize the Freirean principle of the facilitator as equal learner. You adults bring so much experience and wisdom to what they're learning. They want to learn about human rights. They want to apply it to their lives. And in that way, we're all enriched by making it make sense to them. I've often cited this story, but I was in San Francisco not long ago doing a program on human rights for women. And we're training women NGOs in the San Francisco area of all kinds. And a woman came up to me afterwards and said, "Damn it, I've been running this women's shelter for 18 years, and nobody ever told me that it was a human right not to be beaten and humiliated." And the next Christmas, at that time when NGOs are trying to raise money, she sent me her brochure, and she said, you can't beat women. They have a human right. That people can see how it applies to their work, whatever their work is, whatever their social justice or community service or whatever. Adults are really important to me, a way of looking forward. I don't know if that answered your question, but
absolutely. Everyone is a human rights defender. Sandra, your final thoughts.
I think that we should watch and see how human rights education is growing around the world, and particularly community engaged human rights education. And I did some research in South Africa and have been kind of following their progression of human rights education. There is some in the classrooms, but not as much as I thought there would be. But they have recently started a new initiative to bring more human rights education to the class. So I am interested to see where that goes. And I hope that community engaged human rights education does continue to grow, where, like you talked about, I can't remember exactly what you said, but knowledge through action, right? I think that's really important. And the partnership of community members and researchers and teachers, and really breaking down hierarchies of learning.
I couldn't agree more. Definitely, if we look at that beautiful perspective of horizontal and holistic, that's the way that we can move forward. Christy, final thoughts.
Well, I think that I know there is a global association for human rights education, a number of them actually that are emerging and really expanding. And so I'm excited to actually head over to the University of Iceland right now to work with some professors to launch their very first human rights education course with educators. And I would also say they have the Children's Rights Schools initiatives going on. So UNICEF USA has been doing some really exciting work with and through schools too. So I'm really looking forward to kind of the future.
Absolutely. Thank you all, and appreciate everything that all of you have done for human rights education so far. I'll also be heading to the University of New South Wales Diplomacy Training Program in East Timor to commemorate their anniversary of independence and exercising their right of self-determination. But it has been an honor to work with all of you around the world, and look forward to continue doing that until the 100th UDHR anniversary. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs